Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's settle down. Is everyone in the room? Scholars are your neighbors here. Your roommates are all here. You all look very smart. You should clap for yourselves. All right, let's settle down. Good morning, everyone. It's so nice to see you in the room today. I would like to recognize our key guests in the room. The representative of the Equity Group Foundation is here, Henry Rugamba. He loves children, and I'm sure you'll enjoy speaking to him. Also in the room, we have a director of the Equity Group Foundation, Dr. Sam Bwaya. Welcome, sir. Thank you. We also have our managing director, Equity Bank Uganda, Gift Shoko. Welcome. Then we have a lady that loves children. She is the mastermind behind the Equity Leaders Program. Let's welcome Dr. Joanne Korir. She is the Director, Operations at the Equity Group Foundation. We also have in the room our Executive Director, Commercial. He also interacted with you over the last 7 days. Mr. Clava Serumaga. Last but not the least, we have our head of human resources. She is actually responsible for you from this day forward. Please welcome Juliet Mahaire. In the room, we also have our Executive Management Committee. You've all interacted with them. May you please stand up for recognition. Our Executive Management Committee, you are welcome. We also have the branch managers that will be taking care of you when you go to the different branches across the country. May you stand up for recognition. Thank you. In the room, we also have staff of Equity Bank. Most of them have been interacting with you, and I hope they took good care of you. May you all stand up. The rest of the Equity team, please stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. These are the leaders of Equity who you should be looking up to replace as you go along. Once you finish university, please come back and join the bank and replace all these leaders in the room. Last but not the least, I would like to recognize you, our ELP, alumni and scholars. In the room, we have cohort 5 that we are commissioning today, but also the graduates in cohort 1. Let's start with the cohort 5 that are being commissioned so that the leaders can see you. Please stand up. Please take your seats. The executive representing Dr. Henry. These students have been with us for the last 7 days, and they've been amazing. And I'm sure we will have representatives among them to tell you what we have done over the last 7 days. So thank you very much, scholars. Also in the room, we have some representatives of cohort 1 that have graduated. Please stand up for recognition. So my name is Catherine Somgen. I'm the Director for Public Sector and Social Investments. My department is responsible for this program. So I'm very happy. I'm overjoyed to have you all on board. But I'm wearing two hats. I am also the host of this function today. I have a co-host in the room, Johnson Galabuzi. Where are you?
I'm right here.
Yes, that's the co-host for the day. So we will manage the program concurrently. The guest of honor is from the Ministry of Education. He is a bit delayed, so we will start and he will find us along the way. He will be here by 9:30. So I want to say that I am overjoyed to have you all in this room. And I am requesting for just 10 minutes of your time to set the scene for the day. And I'm now wearing the hat of the Director for Public Sector and Social Investments. We've gone through the protocols, and I will stand on the protocols that I've already laid. And I will say, you are all warmly welcome to this ceremony as we commission our Cohort 5 Equity Leaders Program Scholars. Please clap for yourselves. Had the Cohort 1 scholars, did they stand up? Please stand up for recognition. The ones in the room, thank you so much for coming. At the same time, at this function, we will be recognizing the Cohort 1 scholars that have since graduated. And we will also have representatives within their team to speak to us and share their experiences. So before we fully start this function, I would like to dedicate it into the hands of God. And I will invite JB to come and take us through an opening prayer. JB Nwagaba. JB is our head of the religious sector at the bank.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Praise God. God is good. And all the time, God is good, and that is his nature. Wow. You might look it up to him because this is a special day, a special moment, a special event that may be repeated in the future, but will not be the same as this one. We give glory to God. Let's give glory to God because he has enabled us to reach this day when we are alive. To our cohort 5 members, you know where you've come from. You know how many of you sat for the USCE exams. You know how many passed like you, but how come that a few of you have been selected to come to witness this important event? It's because the grace of God has been on you, has been upon you, and is with you. Hallelujah. Yeah. To the senior leadership of the bank, both from the group and Equity Bank, and the staff of Equity Bank, and you, the ELP leaders, I request that we stand up. We stand up. We are in the house of the Lord. And if there is anyone who is an Advent, today is Sabbath day, or today is Sabbath, and therefore it's a day for prayers. Let us give honor and glory to the Lord because of how much he has done for us. But we cannot do that without singing to him, because the Bible says that when you sing to the Lord here on earth, even the angels in heaven also rejoice. Hallelujah. Yeah. And this is the day that the Lord has made. That's how the song goes. That this is the day that the Lord has made, that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in him, and be glad in him. Oh, the day that the Lord has made, we will rejoice and be glad in him. This is the day that the Lord has made. We are the people. You clap with energy to show that the Lord has given you the energy, has led you to this opportunity. We will rejoice and be glad in him. Oh, that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad with you. We are the people. We are the people that the Lord has made. And we are the bank. Sing it from the bottom of your heart. We are the bank. This is the bank that the Lord has made. That the Lord has. Oh. And be glad in it. We are the bank. This is the bank that the Lord has made. It's because time is limited. Otherwise, we would praise and rejoice and sing to the Lord for some good hours. But because time is always not friendly to us, we have to manage it. And because of that, we have to thank the Lord for the gift of life. You can be seated. Let me share a word from 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 11 to 12. That when I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I became a man, I put the ways of childhood behind me. For now, we see only a reflection as a mirror, then we shall see face to face. Now I know in part, then I shall know fully, even as I am fully known. Glory be to God. Glory be to God. Hallelujah. We were all created. We were born like children. But God has blessed us to see that we have been nurtured. We have been blessed to grow, to develop into what we are. You remember when you used to go to the nursery school? But there is one who saw you when you could not even bathe yourself, when you could not even dress up yourself, but did everything for you. You passed through that stage, then you went to primary, went to secondary. Now you have completed HSC. You're being prepared to go to university, but Equity Bank came midway and says, these are the blessed children of the Lord. Let us take them up. And therefore, if at that time you were behaving like a child, now this is time that after this induction, after this training, after hearing from these eloquent speakers, some preachers who shared important messages, you won't remain the same. Even us, after witnessing this, coming and training you, speaking to you, inducting you, we won't remain the same. And therefore, what are we charged to go and do as the staff of Equity Bank? This resonates well with Genesis chapter 1, verse 28, where God blessed Adam and Eve and said to them that be fruitful and increase in number, fill the earth and subdue it. That's what we are called upon as the staff, as the employees. You are also now part of Equity Bank. We are supposed to go and bear fruits of productivity, to grow equity, to increase the numbers, to let equity be known all over the world. And therefore, what do we do? In the New Testament, Jesus said, that is Matthew 28:19, that therefore go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. We don't baptize, but we convert. We don't baptize, but we onboard. Yes, how do we do it? We are supposed to go out and be the mouthpieces of Equity Bank. Speak good, speak positively, speak with courage, speak with energy, speak with passion about Equity Bank. And I can assure you that this bank will continue to grow, and God will raise us, will raise you as an individual. Because when you serve an institution that is growing, you also grow, which implies that God multiplies you. Hallelujah. Yeah. And may the grace of the Lord be with you as you get commissioned today. Even us who are going to receive you in our branches, we will receive you to be blessings to us. You will win favor for us. And as Equity Bank, we will also continue to be blessed. Let us pray. We stand up. God commissions those whom he has initiated, and he blesses them. And he will bless you, and he will bless us. Most loving Father, gracious Lord, we thank you, we bless and exalt you. We magnify your holy name with holiness. We accept you with love, with passion, and kindness. That, Lord, you commissioned us to be your servants, to serve you with honesty and integrity. We thank you, loving Father, for the journey mercies you accorded to the people gathered here, those who have traveled from within the country, and our directors and other representatives from the group. Lord, we cannot take it for granted because we know and we understand how many lives have been lost in transit. That's why whenever we are setting off for a journey, we have to lift it into your hands. And when we reach where we are planned to head, we also give thanks. And for us assembling in this place, Lord, each one of us has covered a distance, whether short or long, but has traveled. We give you thanks, we give you honor and glory. Thank you, Lord, for the last week and all the activities that have been taking place in here. We thank you, loving Father, for blessing Equity, for choosing these children among the many from all over the nation, and to see that they are here as witnesses. Lord, we thank you for this bank. You know where you have brought us from. You know the ups and downs that we have been in. And as Equity Bank, for this year, Lord, in the mighty name of Jesus, we thank you because of the way you have blessed us, Lord. The performance for last year that was declared this year was exceptional and amazing, and you deserve a mighty hand clap from each one of us, Lord. May your name continue to be glorified, because when we are walking now along the streets into offices, people receive us with a positive reception. And Lord, we continue to pray that may you bless our MD, may you bless the ED, may you bless the executive, may you bless the staff of Equity Bank in all sections, in all branches, in all regions, that may you bless us as a team. And as you say in Galatians chapter 6, verse 9, that we shouldn't get weary of doing good, for the time is coming when we shall reap, especially when we do good to our brothers and sisters in the house of the Lord. Continue to bless us, Lord. Bless these students as they are being commissioned. Bless the banker to continue to grow, and let this function flow and end according to your will. We bless you. We honor you. We serve you. We love you. In Jesus' mighty name we pray without ceasing. And we all say amen. With a mighty hand clap, and we say amen. With a mighty hand clap, we say amen. With a mighty hand clap, we say amen. Turn to a neighbor and say hi. You're welcome to this function. And may God bless you as you bless him as we settle in for the function to flow. Thank you very much. Be blessed.
Thank you very much, JB. That prayer was very powerful. I request that we remain standing, and I invite the scholars to come forward and take us through the national anthem. Scholars, national anthem. We will start with the East Africa anthem, followed by the national anthem of Uganda, and end it with the Equity anthem. Johnson, please take over this next function. Let's organize the scholars to come forward.
Okay. Please step forward.
Starting with East Africa.
We'll start with the East African anthem, then the one for Uganda, and then finally Equity Bank.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ampare Lucas Leonard, and we're here as the choir to present the anthems. Thank you. East Africa. Thank you so much. You may be seated. We shall be taking you through our inspiration as Equity Bank. Our inspiration is that when years turn our vision dim and gray, we shall still see beauty in the tired wrinkles of our faces, and shall take comfort out of the fact and knowledge that when we were given the opportunity, we did all we could to empower our people, to exploit the opportunities and realize their full potential on the road to economic prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, scholars. You've done very, very well. Let's clap for them again.
Wonderful presentation by the ELP Cohort 5 choir. Thank you, and we really appreciate. Ladies and gentlemen, like the host indicated earlier on, she's wearing two hats. She's the host as well as our Director for Public Sector and Social Investments. Allow me welcome now, officially, our Director for Public Sector and Social Investments, Catherine Somgen. Please, take it away.
Thank you, Johnson, for that warm welcome. I now wear the hat of the Director for Public Sector and Social Investments. Standing on the protocols already laid, a very good morning to you all. It's so nice to see you in the room today. I will set the scene for the function today. And I will start by answering the question, what is Equity Leaders Program? This is a flagship initiative by the Equity Group implemented through its subsidiaries, including Uganda. The program nurtures top performing students in the Uganda Advanced Certificate of Education that I will call USCE going forward. And we nurture these students into becoming transformative leaders. I am happy to note that to date, we have impacted 512 scholars. And of these, we've already worked with 412, and I'm happy to onboard the next 100 that forms the 512 that Equity Bank Uganda has impacted. Through this program, we expose the children to different activities. And allow me call you young ladies and gentlemen. So one of the activities that we do is an induction that we've had over the last 7 days, where we expose our students to different speakers that prepare them to an environment, to get into an environment that is not as controlled as the environment that you scholars were in. Remember, you had your parents with you and you had to ask permission to do anything, step out or do anything. Then when you left home, you went to school. The school had teachers, the school had wardens, and they also guided you through life. You're getting into a life where there is lots of freedom. And the induction that you went through over the last 7 days just gave you that guidance on what to expect and how to navigate. And I hope you remember those lessons that were shared with you. So after the induction and upon your commissioning, you will be sent out to different branches of the bank for a fully paid internship. So you will be paid. Yeah. The other activities that you will do in the branches is mentorship through the leaders that you will find there. They will continue the journey to mentor you through leadership. So that's one of the other activities. The other activity is college counseling. And what do we do under college counseling? We help the students prepare strong applications for global universities. Some of you students will join local universities, top local universities, but others may be interested in joining global universities. So we will support you through that process so that you can prepare very strong applications for those global universities, but also how you can navigate in obtaining scholarships. So when you're called upon, please join these initiatives so that you can be exposed to those activities. I'm also happy to note, Executive Chairman, that out of the global counseling, we have 15 students that have joined global universities. Some of those students have actually joined Ivy League universities. Some have gone to Harvard. And I'm happy to note that in the last cohort, cohort 4, there are 2 that are going to Ivy League universities, which is Harvard and Princeton. And we are committed. Thank you. And we are committed to increasing the numbers beyond the 15 that are out there. I will now answer the next question. What is the selection criteria for enrollment into the ELP program? So working with the Uganda National Examination Board, which is UNEB, the top performing girl and boy in the districts where Equity Bank has a presence are identified. We then reach out to them and we go through an onboarding process involving their parents and guardians. This year, I am proud to report that 100 students have been onboarded. So out of the 165 students that sat for USCE 2025, these scholars in the room represent 0.1% of that population that sat for USCE. Our dear ELPs, count yourselves very lucky. You are blessed, you are privileged. Equity Bank is just going to add onto the base that you already have through the hard work that you've done to propel you to higher heights. So well done, cohort 5 of the Equity Leaders Program. Remember that this is just the beginning. Your hard work was important. You know, your excellence in school was important. But remember that the journey ahead is equally important. So, Executive Chairman, over the last 7 days, we've exposed these students to different speakers during their induction period. We hosted them here and we took them through that exercise. We had different leaders in this room take them through the bank experiences, who is Equity, what are the different functions at Equity, but also shared life experiences. We also had external guests coming into the room and also sharing and speaking into the lives of these students. And at this juncture, I would like to recognize those leaders that took time off their busy schedules to spend time with these students. Students, let's clap for them. They are all in the room to see you commissioned. And also the guest speakers that were here, I would like to recognize them in absentia. We had Mr. Isa Sekatawa, a lecturer at the School of Economics, Makerere University, speak to the students. Mr. Tony Otowa, Chief Corporate Affairs Officer at the Uganda National Oil Company. Madame Barbara Kaija, Editor-in-Chief at the New Vision. Dr. Elizabeth Namusoke, psychologist and mental health expert. Dr. Maureen Kwikiriza, medical doctor at Uganda AIDS Commission. We appreciate them for everything they shared with these students. And I believe when representatives of the students come forward to share their experiences, they will tell you some of the things that they learned out of the induction. Now, scholars, I am going to share your report cards. Over the last 7 days, how do you think you performed? I hope you are confident and your hearts are not pumping that, oh my God, I'm going to be mentioned for having done something that wasn't right. Distinguished guests, these students have been amazing over the last 7 days. They were disciplined. They were hardworking in all the activities they did. Their brilliance was clearly evident. So you earned this place that you're at. We could see that. They were very engaging. They were curious and eager to learn. These are some of the most important values required of a transformative leader. Well done, scholars. Our guests, I would like to take this opportunity to confirm that all the cohort 5 scholars have qualified to be commissioned into the Equity Leaders Program Uganda. Clap for yourselves. As I mentioned earlier, these scholars are now ready to join the Equity family. Welcome to Equity. The relationship does not stop here. Even after you've gone to university, you will join different clubs at the respective universities through which we will continue to engage with you. Allow me to speak to the cohort 5 graduates in the room as I conclude. And I would like to note that the cohort 1 scholars, we have 81 that have since graduated. Some of them are still in school, especially those that did the longer courses, 4 years, 5 years. But we have some for the 3-year courses and 4-year that are in the room. I would like to share some statistics of these scholars. 39 are engineering graduates. Well done. 20 are business and finance graduates. 14 in arts education, and social sciences. 7 did ICT, data, and technology. And we have 1 that did health sciences. As you join scholars, the ratio of men to women is usually 50-50. But of the graduates that we have, I would like to note that the ratio remains pretty much the same. And 47% of the graduates are women, and 53% are men. For the women, I believe the 3% are probably doing the longer courses, but they're still in school. So the 91% of these 81 scholars got first class and second upper honors degrees. And the ratio is still pretty much the same, 54-46, men to women respectively. So I hope scholars, you're inspired, remain in school, and we will celebrate you when the time is right. 60% are employed, and 40% are recent graduates. I'm happy to note that the 17 of these scholars are working with Equity Bank. As the Equity family, we are proud of you. We celebrate you on achieving this major milestone. Graduates, please stand up once again for recognition. You all look very smart. Can you see them? You see how they are dressed up? Congratulations. I beg to end it here and say thank you so much for listening to me. I now take this honor to invite our Managing Director, Mr. Gift Shoko, to speak to us. Gift, you're welcome.
Wow, you look quite elegant today. I can't believe that this is the same scholars that I addressed on Monday. Very different. What has changed? That's what Equity does. We are there to transform lives. And I can already see the transformation that has taken place. So well done. Thank you, Catherine. Today I will not speak as I did on Monday, where I was telling you of my funny stories of confusion. My bosses are here today, so I'll be very disciplined and I will not go into those stories. All right, thank you very much. And thanks, Catherine, and thanks, Johnson, our program directors. Our guest of honor in absentia, who is representing the Minister of Education, our keynote speaker, Director Henry Rugamba, representing Dr. James Mwangi, who is the Executive Chairman of Equity Group Foundation, and also the visionary behind this ELP program. Our board member, EGF, Dr. Sam Wire, he has been part of this process from inception, and we want actually to thank you. Let's give him a big clap. He's always here with us. And He always loves to give his inspiration to the young generations. Thank you very much, Dr. Wire, for that. The Executive Director, Equity Group Foundation, Dr. Joan Coril. We appreciate your leadership and guidance making this possible, not only at the group, but in all subsidiaries. We appreciate your support. Executive Director, Equity Bank Uganda, my colleague, my co-pilot, Clever Serumaga, and the executive management of Equity Bank, who have made this possible, singling out, of course, Catherine Somgen, who is the Director for Public Sector and Social Investment, for which education is one of the pillars. Thank you very much, Catherine, and thank you very much to the EXCOM team and to our lovely scholars, all cohorts, the graduates here who recently graduated from the first cohort, and the new and, should I use that word that we agreed? The new and what? And confused. You are still, I'm sure, confused. What is happening to you? Because this is the transition period. The parents, if any, are here. The invited guests, those that we invited to celebrate with us this fifth cohort commissioning, and our friends, the members of the press who have been with us throughout the period. We have given very good publicity to this program for the whole week. To all of you, good morning. Mine is to welcome all of you to this fifth cohort commissioning for the ELPs that we have recently onboarded. I'm aware that it has been quite a hectic week for the scholars especially, and also even for the team that I work with. It has been quite hectic. You guys have been bombarded. Why I use the word confused? You have been bombarded throughout the week. I've been seeing the leaders of Equity here on this podium almost every day, every moment, bombarding you with what they know. In credit, I saw Joseph talking of internal audit. You don't even know what internal audit is. A lot of actually our senior leaders talking to you. But I hope you did what we agreed on Monday. I hope you were writing down. Because as they say, education is what remains after all that you have learned at school is gone. That's what is education, what remains in you. So I hope you were writing down the wisdom that they were imparting in you so that you can use it in future to develop your real self. This week represents a turning point in the lives of you, the scholars, transitioning from a people or from a high school student whose life is very well controlled and guarded by parents or guidance to a life of an independent scholar and ultimately a professional life. That's the transition that you are facing from this moment onwards. Key decisions have to be made, and your lives will be largely anchored on these decisions. It's therefore a very crucial transition, even determining the family that you are going to have as an individual today. It will determine the type of parent you are going to be and the type of life that you are going to live in the community. You are actually in the transition today. At the same time, the transition is a very delicate period because it comes with freedom of choice. What separates us from the beasts of the world as God created us is freedom of choice. God gave us the power to make choice. That's what separates us from other beasts of the world. We were empowered to make decisions. And as you make the decisions during this transition period, that's where actually you find us as a very valuable partner as Equity. Because the decision that you are making today represent the roots of that tree, the type of seeds that you are going to bring to this world. It is this transition that through the visionary leadership of Dr. James Mwangi, the Equity Group Foundation, through the education pillar, comes to support you. It's through somebody called Dr. Mwangi's vision that he saw that gap and said, as Africans, how do we bridge that transition gap? How do we empower African youth, African scholars to make the right decisions in terms of the programs that they are going to do and in terms of the lives and professions that they are going to live? So, courtesy of that, we are here today and we are walking that journey to support you in that transition. We have provided the tools, we provide the environment, we provide the infrastructure that makes that transition possible for you to make the right decision in life. You make the wrong decision, it's a life of regret. Unfortunately, 65%, as research has shown, 65% of global professionals look back with regret. They feel they could have done better had they had the information that they now have. So us, we have provided that bridge to make sure that you make the right choice and therefore you have a life of fulfillment, a life of appreciating what you have done rather than a life of regret. To support the scholars go through this transition, our PSSI, as I have already said, PSSI stands for Public Sector and Social Investment, representing the Equity Group Foundation in Uganda, has designed and tailor-made this pre-university program to cover many topics that enable our scholars to select universities of their choice, select degree programs of their choice, and some of these topics include the leadership and personal development, as Catherine has already alluded to. We tried to broaden, bring in external parties other than only our Equity leaders. You had external parties to talk to you about the transition mindset, mental health, personal and professional relationship, because this is the transition that also brings with it relationships, innovation, and entrepreneurship, among other topics that were covered in the week. So we have tried to equip you in your journey. And as I said, I hope those notebooks we gave you, you were making use of them so that you reflect alone at university and with your relatives as well, or with your parents. After this induction, the scholars will be given internships, as Catherine has already alluded to, will be attached to our various branches, earning the allowances, maybe for some of you, the first allowances. Some of you have only had money that is given. This is now the chance that you will have money that is earned instead of given. Your parents have been giving you money, your relatives have been giving you money. Now this is money that you are earning. And these allowances will enable you to financially prepare for university. Equip yourself, buy whatever you need to buy, the stationery for the university. During this internship period, we shall continue to provide mentorship and counseling, as my colleague Catherine has already said. We'll continue providing that mentorship and that counseling to support you in making choices. That's the whole reason, is to enable you make choices. Mentorship is a voluntary thing. It comes from inside. It cannot be forced into you. Therefore, you have to be proactive in seeking that mentorship. In speaking to that, I'll give you an example of my friend, the Clever Seromak, who is the executive director of the bank. I think he also bored you with his many stories when he was trying to find himself. And one of those stories that he told me is that early after finishing university, he's trying this. He says, I don't want to work for anybody. I want to work for myself. I want to set up a marketing company, and I want to be a marketing and communications guru. But one thing that he remembered, he said, let me look for a mentor. So he ran around, checked in the market. There was one prominent communicator in the market who could guide him, who could support him. And that communicator was here. Henry Rugamba, our director here, seated here. So the confused, as it's Henry, Clever, don't blame me, it's Henry who told me. The confused Clever just bumped into, went to BAT offices where Henry was working, and he did not know Henry, but he just bumped there and was looking for a mentor and said, I'm here, I'm looking for Henry. Fortunately, they allowed him to see Henry, and the rest is history. Today, you are seeing them seated together as directors of Equity Bank Uganda. That's mentorship. So it's one of those that should inspire you. Look for mentorship yourself. Don't wait for it to be fed into you. Some will join local universities, and we shall continue to support them on campus through the on-campus ELP circles that Catherine will help set up, whilst others will join global universities and will support them. We'll try to give them the wings to fly to those global universities. So we will continue supporting you. We are grateful today that we have, as Catherine said, we have part of the 81 recent graduates with us today, which is the first cohort, which is testament to the success of this program. And I know we have clapped for them. Let's do that again. They have come with their capes of knowledge and their gowns, just to show you how sweet it is. When you do like this, you are respected in the community. You become valuable to a community. So we give thanks to you guys for leading by example. These again are part of your mentors. Reach out to them and see how they've done it. We are grateful today that we have launched this fifth cohort, which has got a similar number of students. We've maintained the number, and we've maintained the balance, which is the gender balance. Ladies, the statistics that were given, we give you equal opportunity, 50-50. Like now you are 50-50. But when Catherine was going through the statistics, I think it's 47% to 53%. Where is the 3%? Ladies, challenge yourselves. Make sure that you do programs that are challenging and you do them to the end so that we maintain that balance to the end, 50-50. From all these interventions that Equity Group Foundation and our PSIA unit are doing in Uganda, you can see that we are playing a key role in molding responsible, focused, ethical, and resilient leadership in Uganda and also in Africa. From these interventions that we are doing, we aim to chisel out solid leadership characteristics in these scholars that you see today. We pledge to continue working with the government through the Ministry of Education, identifying talent as they have been doing in all cohorts, supporting us in identifying talent in our young people and nurturing that talent into great leadership in various areas. Could be bankers, could be entrepreneurs, even responsible politicians. I'm sure they will come out of this group, responsible politicians who are anchored in the communities that we live in. To the scholars, you have been given great opportunity and support to identify your vision and your purpose, which becomes your career foundation. Make use of this time and the infrastructure that we give to you to develop yourself. Seize the moment. As our preacher this morning, JB, said, he said that there are many thousands. You represent, I think, 0.1% or even less of those who graduated from high school. But you have been given this opportunity so that you discover yourself and you empower yourself and you personally equip yourself, ready to take on the challenges of campus, ready to take on the challenges of professional life. I also take this opportunity to appreciate the team led by Catherine, the PSSI team, the EXCOM team, and all the staff of Equity Bank Uganda for the continued dedication to ensure the ELP program is a success and is impactful in the community of Uganda. I'm aware that you have all gone, my team, you have all gone out of your way to support this program. Most of these things that you have done this week are not part of your KPIs. You could easily have said no, but you have dedicated your time. Some of you were here until late night trying to support these scholars. That's the dedication that has come from the Equity team. I also thank Dr. Joanne. You gave us your team seated on this desk. We want to thank you so much. You have been with us from the onset. You have shared your experiences from other markets. You have given and empowered these kids with what you have gained over the years of running this program. So we thank you very much, and we give, in Uganda, we say we give you obugalo. Let's give them obugalo. As I close, I want to also say we remain, as Equity Bank Uganda, we remain very indebted to the visionary leadership of Dr. James Mwangi and the EGF team, executive and non-executive, some of which are here, for the support and guidance we continue to receive to make this program a success. Together, we shall play a transformative role in supporting the government of Uganda's 2040 vision, which is anchored on education and innovative leadership. So we shall continue to support, and we shall continue, Dr. Joanne and Dr. Baya, we shall continue to stand on your very broad and strong shoulders as we deliver value to the communities of Uganda. I thank you very much. Asanteni sana, wevalinyo.
Thank you very much, our lovely Managing Director. That hand clap wasn't enough, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard from the Managing Director. As beasts, we have to make a decision of choice. That's how we're being empowered. Ladies and gentlemen, you can make a choice on what you are going to take up.
All right, thank you so much, Gift, once again. I would like to take this opportunity and I will step up as I invite my boss so that all of you can see her and see me. I would like to invite Dr. Joanne Korir, the EGF Equity Group Foundation Director Operations, to speak to all of us.
Thank you very much, Kathy. And you all look resplendent from up here. Let me start by telling you that. So our board directors present, Dr. Sam Boyer, Henry Rugamba, Our key partner and stakeholder, the Ministry of Education, represented here. The MD for Equity Bank Uganda, Gift Shoko, Executive Director, Clava Saromanga, colleagues in EXCO, the entire Equity Bank Uganda team, Equity Group Foundation colleagues who are present here, our beloved ELP scholars who've been in cohort 1 to cohort 4, and our dear celebrants for today, the cohort 5. We're very excited to be at cohort 5 in this instance. Parents, teachers, head teachers, religious leaders present, distinguished guests, partners, and dear friends, good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much. So allow me this morning to exclusively or largely address our ELP pre-university interns together with our alumni who've been in the program. It gives us so much joy and pleasure to interact with you and to see the budding of your future success. Each time we come here, we're 1 year down the road and we can already see the steps that are leading you towards a very prosperous and very successful future. And this future that you target will largely be driven by yourself. To say, even for our leaders who are here today, the Equity Leaders Program scholars, we now run a network of 154 medical centers in the region, largely in Kenya, with presence in DRC, with our sites in Uganda. Each and every one of those medical centers have been established by scholars who are alumni of the Equity Leaders Program. So that gives you a snapshot of where you're going in future. Those facilities serve a total of about 200,000 patients per month. So it's something that gives us a lot of pride. We have interventions in social protection, in innovation and technology. We champion interventions on climate change, adaptation and mitigation in energy, environment and climate change. And of course, we are very large in entrepreneurship and financial literacy. So today, we're proud to commission a new cohort of young, talented, and driven scholars. And why do I say driven? It's because the spot that you're sitting on here this morning is one that you earned through your hard work, focus, and commitment. We're challenging you to really expose yourself and upskill yourself. And why are we doing this? It is because you represent a generation that will carry forward the vision of transforming our society through leadership grounded on integrity, innovation, and service. So as you begin your journey with us, we'd like to let you know that you're not just interns, you're leaders in the making from wherever you sit. And you've already demonstrated that through leadership in academic excellence. So we are challenging you to say, what are the other areas that you can focus on? You're the promise of a brighter and more inclusive future for Uganda, for the region, the East Africa region, for Africa, and you are upcoming global leaders. So the experiences that you gain, because it's going to be learning through immersion, the leaders, the experiences that you gain, I can assure you there'll be challenges that you will overcome. There'll be challenges along the way, so prepare, I think, for that and build in resilience. The challenges you overcome, the values you uphold during this time and going forward will shape the trajectory of your impact in the years ahead. Yeah? So as I said, allow me to tell you one or two things about leadership. Leadership at the end of the day, and even in your journey going forward, it starts with you. If there's only one thing that stands between you and your future success, the future you aspire for, the goals you've set out for yourself, if there's anyone who stands in the way against all that, it will be yourself. You can be, and as I've indicated, you'll encounter challenges along the way, but for you to be able to bypass all those challenges, it'll be because of a decision that you have made yourself. Driven by what? Number one is having a goal for yourself. So as you sit here today, do you know what your goal is? You know, at the end of the internship that you're getting into, it could be 6 months. At the end of the 6 months, what do you want to have achieved? Do you have visibility of that? That's where self-leadership starts saying, so I'm here today, having earned the place, what do I intend to achieve in the next 6 months I'll be here? What about over your university education and exposure for those who study either here in Uganda, in the region, or even abroad? Where do you want to be at the end of your university education? What do you aspire to be when you begin to talk about career transitions? What about in 10 years? So in summary, it's to say, what is your goal? Because if you do not have a goal, then you'll not be able to draw a roadmap that takes you there. So number one, as I've said, is to have a goal in place. Other things are elements that you've already demonstrated. You've already given us a snapshot of what you're made of, the kind of metal that you're made of. Because to get here, we said you earned the spot. So that already tells me something about your resilience, your focus, your hard work, your commitment, your integrity. So I'm saying keep that up, but and maintain focus on your goal, maintain the hard work and discipline, and then you will be able to go very far on your own, but even further with others, recognizing that it is through teamwork that you become successful. Having an emotional intelligence that tells you that even with my academic excellence or even with my all-round excellence, I still need others to be exemplary or successful at the end of the day. So embracing teamwork. Keeping an eye out for opportunity. So opportunities will never be served to any of us on a silver platter. It is about, as you've heard earlier, that it is about, when we spoke about mentorship, it is about having a determination to say, this is what I want for myself, and this is how I go for it. So take advantage of opportunities that present in front of you. Be a go-getter, one that's not afraid to take risks. Do not be afraid of failure. As I've already told you, there'll be elements and there'll be time for failure. But be one that's not afraid of failure, but says, what do I learn from the instances when I failed? And when you fail, try again. And when you fail forward. They say failing forward means that you pick up and say, so what did I learn from that instance? Maintain a very strong sense of self-belief. Even before others believe in you, you need to have had that strong belief in yourself. And then, of course, central to all of this is order, a very high sense of order, because it shows actually when anyone looks at you, the amount of order that there is in your life. Are you someone who has clarity, mental clarity in terms of what they'd like, or are your ideas scattered all over the place at the end of the day? So order, because orderliness enhances both your inputs, how you learn, and also your output, how others see you, how you present yourself and all that. Be very strong on participation, because as you've all seen, the room is full of brilliant scholars and colleagues, and you'll meet even more when you go to university, equally brilliant. And even those that will have the opportunity to go to the global universities, you will encounter extreme brilliance and excellence. So if you do not win on other fronts to say, what more do you do beyond your academic brilliance and your academic gifting? What more do you do? Participation in what? The extra or co-curricular activities, engagements, volunteership, leadership, essentially putting your best foot forward, leaning in at the end of the day. Do not be an unremarkable absentee, or one who's present but unremarkable. Nobody remembers you after you leave the room. Do not be unremarkable. Be outstanding. Do your own work. Of course, now with innovation, with technology, with AI, information is available everywhere, and it's very easy to present work that has been done previously as your own output, but you do not learn from that at the end of the day. So the tools are available to strengthen your learning, but do your own work so that you learn at the end of the day. Be self-aware, uphold a strong faith. And I think the last one I'll say is balance. Maintain a strong sense of balance. It's not just about, as I've touched on, an academic excellence. What more are you doing? How do you balance your time? How do you manage your presence? And if you do read the Bible tells us, I think in Ecclesiastes 3 verses 1, you can look at it later. It says there's a time for everything. There's a time for everything and a season for every activity under the sun. So how do you plan for that? Or do all your various engagements intertwine such that there's a lot of confusion around you? But then to crown it all is your well-being. Emotional, spiritual, psychological, and even your physical well-being at the end of the day. But for young people, I'd also like to emphasize on the aspect of mental well-being. As I touched on earlier, is that you'll encounter challenges. You'll encounter people who will put you down. Sometimes you'll work very hard and feel that your efforts are not rewarded or even recognized in the first place. And it may put you down to the point that you feel, is it really worth it? Do seek care. Have a social support system, either your family, your friends, and never be afraid to seek help. Never be afraid to seek help, to say, I feel overwhelmed. Why do I feel sadder or more miserable than I ought to? It is very much in order because challenging times will present. So do seek care when those moments present, and you'll be able to steer yourself out of it. Maintain your self-drive. You landed here today because of a very strong sense of self-drive. And so that is something just to underline and reiterate because you've already demonstrated it in being here today. So as I close, the take-home message today is on soft skills. Strengthening your communication because you may be, as I've talked about, gifted in terms of academic excellence. But do you communicate? Because it is those soft skills that will take you places at the end of the day. You know it, you know what is being discussed, but you're unable to articulate it well. Challenge yourself. Good public speakers are not born that way. They put themselves in the slot so that when an opportunity presents and you ask, we need a volunteer to speak about this, you're the first that goes up. And I can assure you the first time you volunteer yourself, you will stammer or you'll be anxious and you'll be shaking. And you'll feel that your input is disorderly. But with time, you get so good that people think that you were born an excellent communicator. Nobody is born an excellent communicator. They put themselves in the line of it and they learn. Adaptability. So how do you adapt to changing circumstances? I told you about having your goals, but not everything will go as you'd planned or as per the template that you'd put for yourself, that in 5 years I'll be here, or even at the end of my internship, I'll be here. Things happen that change that trajectory. So how adaptable are you to say, this is how we reroute or how we change the course, but that ensures that we maintain our eyes on the eventual goal. Flexibility. We talked about teamwork and collaboration. Are you a problem solver? These are also soft skills at the end of the day, because if I stood up here, for example, and requested that, let's talk about the challenges or the problems that our country faces, or that our scholars face, or that, the region faces, or about the climate change problems that we face globally. If I ask about the various challenges that we face, I'll have hands across the room telling me about the challenges. But what about the solutions? What can be your contribution towards addressing those? And as you get further and further exposed, you'll get to realize that only those that present themselves to sort out what they see as challenges in our society are the ones that stand out as leaders. We're very quick sometimes to chastise our leaders and say that, even looking at our political leaders or in any other setting, they're not the best. But guess what? They're the ones that offered themselves. So stand forward and be able to present yourself as a leader in terms of problem solving. Emotional intelligence, and it's one thing I'd really like you to read a lot on what's emotional intelligence, yeah? Time management, and then creativity and innovation. And innovation really is about, do not be one that accepts status quo, that talks about things have always happened this way, or this is the way things happen. Be the one that asks why. Yes, I understand that this is the way it has always happened, but why? And when you learn to ask the why, you discover, or you become the one that presents a new approach to how things are done. And that is what innovation is. Innovation is not just about technology. It's about learning to do things better at the end of the day. So that's how a leader plays in. Then lastly is, what do people say about you when you're absent? Or are there people who would speak positively about you, recommend you, for example, in your absence? So that if I ask, I'm looking for just one person that we need to maybe promote in this team, and you're absent, would your colleagues, your peers, your superiors recommend you? It speaks about your work ethic, your professionalism, your commitment, your contribution. So what do people say about you when you're not there? And how do you empower them by showing them what you need them to see about you and be able to speak about you in your presence? So at Equity Group, it is in creating pathways for excellence in education and in leadership development. You can count on us for that. And always feel free to reach out to us across board. This program, the Equity Leaders Program, is more than just work experience. It's an immersion that presents a stepping stone to a lifetime of purpose-driven service and transformational leadership. So challenge yourselves. You're capable. Do a self-audit to say, if I aspire to be the kind of leader I've been challenged to be, what are the areas I need to strengthen? And that's how your path begins. So allow me to say congratulations once again. Go forth, learn deeply. I said it's about immersion. So be present even when you transition later to university. Lead boldly and serve selflessly. That's the challenge I'm giving to you. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joan. Ladies and gentlemen, the hand clap wasn't enough. Can you get a loud hand clap? Thank you. You've heard that you need to be outstanding, be remarkable, be self-aware, ladies and gentlemen, uphold strong faith, balance life. There's time for everything, and it's very important for you to have very good well-being, emotional, mental, physical, and always ask why. Before we get the next person, that is a testimonial from one of the ELPs, allow me play a video for 2 minutes for the activities that have happened for the last 7 days. Barbara, please take it away.
Organize yourself while there's confusion. Organize yourself, but more importantly, focus on your own trajectory. Your best result today to your next result. Great people, great things happen through discomfort.
And unfortunately for us, there's something wrong. But just like you always say, diamond doesn't come into the beauty it is without going through the stress and rigor. What does the transition mindset call for? Change is a launchpad. When you see change, always say it's an opportunity to do something out of it. Sometimes things will not be clear, but you just have to keep moving and manage that uncertainty instead of waiting for clarity to arrive.
I'm very humbled because a lot he was saying was really touching me on a different level. Thank you so much. So much.
Thank you very much. I have not seen you pull out a handkerchief, especially after that last part. Is that fair? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a testimonial from an ELP scholar, cohort 5. That's Christabel Nabukenya. She's the first. Christabel, please step forward. As Fatuma Graham also prepares. Welcome, Christabel. I feel at home.
Good morning to you all. The Honorable Minister of Education and Sports, Equity Bank Uganda Board of Directors, the Director, Equity Group Foundation, the Managing Director of Equity Bank, Mr. Gift Shoko, Executive Director of Equity Bank Uganda, Mr. Claver Serumaga, members of the Executive Committee, the Vice Chancellor of African Bible University, managers, our dear parents, and my fellow Cohort 5 members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. My name is Babiyo Nabukenya Christabel, an ELP scholar, a former student of Gayaza High School, and a scholar in the Equity Leaders Program, Cohort 5. As I stand before you today, I hope my story inspires someone in this room. I was 12 years old. The year was 2018. The place was Serena Hotel Kampala, and the event was the Digital Impact Awards Africa. I stood on a stage in a school uniform, slightly too big for me, holding a microphone that felt far too heavy for my hands. And I told a room full of CEOs, including some of you seated here today, that Equity Duka needed to go rural. I told them that grandmothers in Kumi should not have to board 3 taxis just to deposit 20,000 shillings. I was 12. I didn't have a bank account, and I certainly didn't have a vote. I only had a belief. Later that year, Equity Duka expanded. Banking agents appeared in villages I had only never colored my social studies map. I saw it in the newspaper, and I remember thinking to myself that maybe they were listening. Maybe I know this bank. 5 years later, I was 17 years old. I became the human resource manager of the Gayaza Student Savings Bank. Every opening day, from 5 p.m. until the last student left, we stayed behind, counting money and balancing every teller's work. And if even 1 shilling was missing, starting all over again was unavoidable. The manual system was exhausting, and at 17, I made a promise to myself that I would work anywhere else in the world, but never in a bank. Today, I am 20 years old, standing on this prestigious hill in Lubowa, and I can confidently say that the 1 week I have spent in the Equity Leaders Program induction has completely changed my perception of the banking system. At 12, I thought I knew equity because I spoke about it. At 17, I hated banking because of the accounting. But at 20, I have finally understood Equity Bank because I have lived in it and I have learned that accountability is key. Last Sunday, on May 3rd, I stood at the Equity Bank head office at Church House, clutching original documents I was terrified to lose. Deep in my heart, I carried one question. God, can I really survive 7 days with several strangers in one room? But as I stand here today, those strangers have become family, and the question in my heart has changed. It is no longer, can I survive the Equity Leaders Program? The question now burning within all of us is, what will we do now that Equity Leaders Program has taught us how to live? Throughout this week, we have interacted with brilliant speakers whose wisdom has left more than just a mark on our lives as Equity Leaders Program scholars. From Mr. Gift Shoko, we learned that even in moments of confusion, we must learn to find ourselves. From Ms. Hannah Kimani, we learned to dream beyond the dreams we already have, because in the end, resilience and clarity of purpose matter most. And from Ms. Claire Tumwesije, we learned that you do not need a title to influence, only your voice and the courage to use it. Today, I can confidently say that my mind is open, my heart is ready, and I am prepared to take on Equity Bank's roles with joy and purpose. Not because I have suddenly fallen in love with counting money again, but because I now understand the why. I am not doing this for myself. I am not doing this for a salary, but I am doing this to leave a mark, to transform the lives of people across Uganda who still believe that banks are not meant for them. To the Equity family, I am deeply grateful for turning my never into a gladly. Thank you for proving that when a person speaks, you do not simply clap, you build. Equity Duka's expansion was not a coincidence. It was proof that your values are not just words on paper, but principles actively transforming the lives of Ugandans. To our dear parents, thank you for allowing us to be part of this program. Today, we return as sons and daughters who understand that every never can become a gladly if we keep showing up. And to the 2026 cohort, Dr. Paul Kalanithi once wrote, "You can't ever reach perfection, but you can believe in an asymptote toward which you are ceaselessly striving." We are not perfect leaders yet, we are not CEOs yet, and we are not finished yet. But in this room, we have found our asymptote. It is in the 3-month internships we are about to begin. It is in the college applications we shall write, and it is in the villages we shall return to, not with arrogant answers, but with better questions and the courage to sit with our people and discuss how we can transform their lives together. So dear cohort 5, with the wings Equity has given us, we will not fly away from Uganda, we will fly for Uganda. We will not run away from the hectic, the manual, or the difficult work. We shall fly through it because we now understand the purpose behind our efforts. We will not fear the 6 a.m. mornings because Equity has taught us that discipline in the dark creates leaders in the light. And with that, I believe that the Equity Leaders Program Cohort 5 is not just ready to touch the sky. We are ready to own it. God bless Equity Bank and the Republic of Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christabel. Ladies and gentlemen, Christabel, you've done well. Fatuma, please join me on the stage as you also give us your testimony.
I stand by the protocol that has been given by the previous speaker. Good morning, everyone. My name is Fatma Yusuf Gwam, an ambitious young girl from the beautiful tourism city of Fort Portal in Toro. To be honest, I've never really told my story to anyone before, but here I am. Sometimes in life, the people who slow you down the most are not strangers. Sometimes they're the people closest to you, even family. As Mr. Tony Ottawa told us this week, they think they know you. I come from a very humble background and a culture of so many taboos, but I thank God that somehow, one way or another, I always managed to get what I needed. One thing I've learned is that you cannot always choose the people you live with. Sometimes you simply learn how to live with them. My father is a mixed British Mutoro, and my mom is Arab. In many Arab communities, girls are still looked down upon. Early marriages, dropping girls out of school, and limiting their freedom are seen as normal and labeled as protection. I've watched many of my cousins, nieces, and other young girls out there lose their dreams because of fear and ignorance. People say school will spoil her, she will get pregnant, she will abandon her religion. But I strongly believe that when a girl is raised with values and discipline and principles, all you need to do is trust her, give her an opportunity, and watch the wonders she can create. A girl child is powerful when she is empowered. Today, I stand here proudly as the first girl in my family to reach this far academically. And I owe that to the support of my mother and my uncle, who chose to believe in me when others did not. Yes, I faced resistance. Yes, I had discouraging words. Yes, there were moments I almost gave up, but I chose not to let those voices define me. As Mr. Gift Shoko told us this week, do not allow the circumstances around you to define who you are. And thank God I listened. In my culture, girls are often told they cannot travel alone, study alone, live alone, or make decisions alone. Because of that, many girls miss life-changing opportunities before they even get the chance to try. Thank you. Thank you. And most of the time, all they're left with is hope. But somewhere along the way, I realized something. I have a legacy to create. I realized that if I stayed silent, nothing would ever change for the girls coming after me, my sisters, my cousins, and every young girl fighting the same battles. So I pulled up my socks. I sacrificed. I read and read. I spent sleepless nights studying while others slept peacefully. And finally, by God's grace, I excelled in my USC examinations with 20 points. At first, I thought those results were the reward. I did not know they were only the beginning. I had always heard about the Equity Leaders Program from our old students like Mr. Ryan Issa and Gulu Ramadan, who were selected before us. They spoke about the mentorship, the friendships, the exposure, and the opportunities here. And deep inside me, I always prayed that one day my time would also come. Then one day I received the call from Equity. My heart dropped, not only because of happiness, but because of fear. I was excited beyond words, but my joy was quickly interrupted by one thought. What if I'm not allowed to go? I knew getting permission from my elders would not be easy. To them, this meant leaving my comfort zone, traveling alone, sleeping with unfamiliar people, and being surrounded by unfamiliar people. The chances felt almost impossible. I could not allow this opportunity to slip away because being part of the Equity Leaders Program has been my silent prayer for a very long time. So I prepared myself before even asking for permission. I looked for every requirement they needed. I searched for the LOC1 chairman from his home. I bought a suit using my own money. I got a TIN number. I opened an NSSF account. Out of pure hope, I even signed the consent forms with my mother. I packed my suitcase one whole week before coming here, just to prove how serious and determined I was. Then finally, on Friday, 1st May, I gathered enough courage to sit my elders down. And yes, I even made an entire PowerPoint presentation explaining why they should allow me to come. I think they saw how badly I wanted this opportunity, and they finally said yes. And honestly, that moment changed my life. Everything still felt unreal until I arrived at Church House on 3rd May. I remember standing outside the building for a moment, just staring at it. And in that moment, I told myself, this is it. I'm really here. Deep inside me, I felt that my life was about to change forever. And today I can confidently say, Equity Group Foundation, you have fulfilled your purpose because my life and the lives of many others here have truly been transformed. This 1 week may have been short, but it has been one of the most meaningful weeks of my life. I honestly wish it could continue forever. This program exposed me to successful people I never imagined meeting. It taught me lessons I will carry for the rest of my life. And for the first time, I feel like I truly have a vision and a purpose. Before coming here, I knew almost nothing about banks. I thought banking was simply loans, transfers, and keeping money. But through this program, I discovered that Equity is much more than a bank. I learned about risk management, finance, human resource operations, leadership, and teamwork. I learned that every role matters. But most importantly, I learned that Equity is not only chasing profit, it is chasing transformation. Equity is growing while making sure no one is left behind. And honestly, that touched my heart deeply. Throughout the week, we listened to incredible leaders, mentors, and speakers. Some sessions moved me so deeply that I almost even cried. I also had the privilege of interacting with the executive director, Mr. Clava Saramaga, who, after hearing part of my story, told me, "You being here is already the start of a wonderful journey." And those words meant more to me than he may ever know. For the first time in a long time, I felt seen, I felt heard, and I felt valued. Thank you, Mr. Clava. I thank God for my life, for every blessing, and for every opportunity He has placed before me. I truly believe I was chosen to make a difference, and I promise that I will. To the Equity Group Foundation and everyone behind this program, thank you for believing in young people like us. Thank you for investing in our dreams and our potential. You're not only building leaders, you're shaping the future of our nation and our continent at large. As the saying goes, we rise by lifting others. And now I aspire to become a leader who uplifts others, leads with humility and integrity, and creates opportunities for those who come after me, just as this opportunity was given to me. Finally, to my fellow Equity Leaders Program scholars, may the lessons, mentorship, and friendships we have gained here guide us on our journey ahead. Let us continue supporting one another, because sometimes the person sitting next to you may be exactly the person you need to change your life. We are not leaders of tomorrow, we are the leaders of today. The future is not ahead of us, it is in this very room. We are responsible for transforming our communities, our country, our continent, and the world at large. To Equity, I look forward to transforming lives together with you. Thank you very much. May God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Fatuma. Well done, well done. Allow me to invite Saul Sebofu. As Saul Sebofu, please step forward. As Regan Tumusime also prepares quickly.
I always tell people that I left home to change home. And I think I have a background that is poor. My hunger and appetite for success is intimidating. But it's only those that see the invisibles and make them possible can turn lives and transform communities. Our guest of honor, the Board Director, Equity Bank Uganda, the Board Director, Equity Group Foundation Uganda, the Director of Operations Equity Group, Managing Director, Equity Bank Uganda, Executive Director, Equity Bank, members of the Executive Committee, managers, parents, fellow scholars, ladies and gentlemen, we are so grateful to have you here despite your busy schedules amidst God. My name is Sebufu Saul Bisenji from a small village called Zigoti in Mityana district. I am a former student of Mityana Standard Secondary School, Kagavu. And I stand here as a proud beneficiary of the fortunate 100 cohort students of 2026. I stand here representing them We are young people from different backgrounds, but all are united by one thing: desire to learn, grow, restore dignity to our families, and transform our communities. Words are not enough to express our sincere gratitude to the founders of the Equity Leaders Program, Equity Bank, and all our partners who made this life-changing opportunity possible. The innovation and program that has combined us all from different regions through with the same ambitions of transformation, economic prosperity. Indeed, we are so grateful. As a son of a peasant farmer, I've witnessed many struggles firsthand. Farming is unpredictable. Heavy rains can destroy gardens overnight. Prices keep on changing, sometimes raising 50,000 shillings for rent, school fees, and basic needs for the family sometimes becomes hard. Yet despite all this, I never gave up. As the elder brother of 7 sisters, I've always carried a dream of inspiring them and becoming an example to the community. At one point, I offered free labor at school by working in the gardens and providing agricultural products as part of my school fees. This journey was difficult, and many times the future seemed uncertain. But in 2022, while I was in senior 2, a glimpse of hope returned. I heard about the Equity Leaders Program through one of the best students from our school and the district, called Mr. Semakula Mark, a member of cohort 5, who scored 20 points and had been admitted on government scholarship, as well as taking up the opportunity in the Equity Leaders Program. I continue to hear of that program within the district, with the likes of Mr. Aimi coming up. Mr. Aimi is right there. Seeing how their lives changed inspired me deeply. Their encouragement gave me confidence to dream beyond my circumstances. From that moment, I worked tirelessly, hoping that one day I too would earn such an opportunity. Finally, in 2026, the results came back and I had scored 20 points, and I emerged among the best students in the district. I waited with hope, praying that Equity Bank would open a new chapter in my life. Waiting for the call was not easy. I was tired of hardships and eager to transform my life and help others to do the same. Then finally, on 13th April 2026, at exactly 23 minutes past 11, while I was in the garden with my father, he received a call from Equity Bank. I still remember that moment clearly. The call came through the savior voices of Mr. Daniel Erajo as he was introducing himself. He informed us about the program. Without hesitation, I rushed to the nearest branch in the Mityana district to fill the consent forms. It was raining heavily, but I couldn't wait, so I had to go when it was raining. Everyone here has a unique story about how they arrived at this opportunity. But one thing that unites us all is this is not merely a reward for good grades. It is a responsibility to grow, serve, and lead. Throughout this induction, we've learned lessons that go far beyond academics. We've received the mentorship, spiritual growth from the professors at African Bible University, and parental care from the Equity staff. We are deeply grateful for the wisdom you've shared with us, and we promise to carry it forward into our communities. One value that has consistently been emphasized is discipline. Many facilitators reminded us that discipline is the foundation of both personal growth and economic success. As Mr. Claver said, discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishments. Coming from humble backgrounds, we understand that discipline is not an option, but it is survival. We also learned the importance of social capital and networking from Miss Barbara Kaija, who reminded us that our network is our net worth. As scholars, we have embraced this spirit by supporting one another, building friendships, and preparing to lift each other up because no one succeeds alone. Integrity and ethical behavior were also strongly emphasized. True integrity is doing something right even when no one is seeing you. Success is built through small acts of consistency, honesty, and discipline repeated over time. This week, Mr. Faruk Sechsaka also taught us that life is a project. It requires setting smart goals, and those goals should be specific, measurable, attainable, and realistic within the set time frame. On top of that, they should be inspiring and challenging. They need to be planned, tracking progress and making adjustments along the way. This lesson has transformed the way many of us view our future. In conclusion, gratitude changes everything. When you become grateful, you stop comparing yourself to others and begin appreciating the opportunities before you. Instead of asking, why me? In frustration, you begin asking, why me? In wonder and gratitude, why us? Among so many young people to receive such an opportunity, we do not take this chance lightly. As the ELP Scholars Cohort 5, we promise to go back and transform our communities. We promise to uphold the values of Equity Bank, continue growing as leaders. One day, some of us shall return here as guilty presidents of various universities, managers, executive directors, ministers, and perhaps even presidents of this nation. Because today we leave this place not just as scholars, but as leaders. And by the grace of the Almighty God, we shall continue leading for generations to come. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Saul. Regan, take it away.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on the protocol observed. My name is Tumsime Regan Jibril from God Cares High School, Wakiso. Today, I stand before you today to share a story of a young boy who dared to dream despite the odds. A boy raised by a single mother, a boy who believed that one day he could create, he could build, and change the world through technology. I grew up in the slums of Chibuli after my family moved from Port Poto to Kampala in search of a better life. Adjusting to life in the city was not easy. During my primary school years, I was a very quiet child because I feared that students would laugh at my accent. But sometimes life changes in most unexpected ways. I vividly remember one afternoon when I was in primary 4. As I walked home, I came across an old discarded laptop lying in a dump site. I carried the laptop home with joy in my heart. It was barely held together by 2 screws. To many people, it looked like useless junk, but to me, it looked like a possibility. I carried it to my room, connected some batteries I had. Then suddenly, the screen flickered to life. A soft blue light filled the room. And in that moment, something inside me changed forever. The joy I felt is impossible to fully describe. It was more than just excitement. It was clarity. I felt as though my purpose had finally awakened. At that very moment, I wanted to use technology to change my life. Years later, by senior 6, I was no longer afraid by my accent nor classmates who had better uniforms, shoes, and everything more than me. I had become determined to excel. Fear was replaced by focus. Doubt was replaced by discipline. And through hard work and patience, I achieved my 20 points in my USCA exams. At that point in my life, my dream of becoming a computer engineer had transitions from being a fantasy to a reality. While still celebrating my results, a friend told me about the Equity Leaders Program. When I researched more about it and discovered that only the best 2 students from each district were selected, my hope immediately faded. Wakiso district has some of the best schools in Uganda, over 300 secondary schools, and I honestly felt I had a little chance. But sometimes life surprises us when we least expect it. 2 weeks later, while my mother and I were traveling from Mityana, she received a phone call from Equity Bank informing her that her son had been selected for the Equity Leaders Program. I cannot fully describe the joy on her face that day. She was overwhelmed with happiness and pride. In fact, the only good thing is that she was not the one driving, because she was so excited that her son had become one of the top students in the country. Being part of the Equity Leaders Program made me realize something even deeper. One evening during the induction week, after a long, exhausting day, everyone had grown quiet, conversations had come to a halt, and for a moment, everything was silent in our room. As I sat reflecting on my bed, I looked around at the people beside me, different backgrounds, different struggles, different journeys, and suddenly it hit me. I was not alone. Every person in that room had fought battles to be here. Every smile carried a story. Every success carried a sacrifice. That moment humbled me. I would like to sincerely thank Equity Bank for this incredible opportunity. This program has taught me discipline, not only in academics, but also in life. It has taught me professionalism and how to prepare myself for the future. But most importantly, it has transformed my mindset. It has taught me to stop limiting myself to my surroundings and instead begin seeing myself on a global scale. It has helped me define my goals and dream bigger than I have ever imagined possible. As one of our speakers during the induction week, the managing director, Mr. Gif Shoko, said, if you don't know where you are going, every road will take you nowhere. Those words stayed with me. I would also like to thank my high school mentor, Mr. Mugabe Christopher, who had always encouraged me to embrace every opportunity that comes my way. And truly, this is one opportunity I could never afford to miss. Today, I no longer see challenges as obstacles. I see them as opportunities to grow. As Isaac Newton put it, if I have seen further, it's by standing on the shoulders of giants. To me, that giant is Equity Bank. Thank you. Thank you for believing in me and these young people. Thank you for giving us a platform to transform our communities, our country, and Africa as a whole. I look forward to the internship that starts next week. I look forward to the college counseling and becoming part of a bigger Equity Leaders program in Kenya, Rwanda, and DR Congo. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Regan. Wonderful testimony. Up next is a poem from the scholars.
Honored guests, recognized protocol, Equity Group Foundation, Equity Bank Uganda, Equity Leaders Program, previous cohorts, Equity Leaders Program, Cohort 5 of 2026. This is a group of poets here to present a poem, The Cornerstone.
A seed planted in 1, 9, 8, 4.
Took roots where purpose lived, equity building society, hope and bound, not in towers of glasses, but from scratch, where our founders led the way, starting from Kenya, prioritizing people, not profits, with the purpose of transforming lives and livelihoods.
As wrinkles mark the years we've spent, and lines of life trace stories we've made, with purpose firm, we rise to lead, where hope and light once softly stayed, from hands that build to dreams that grow.
Behind every success, stories untold, not born in halls of towering gold, but in the hands of brave and bold, who saw strength in the unseen, built a bridge where none had been, transforming lives each passing day. Oh, Equity, your story speaks of lifting the weak, not just a bank, but hope restored.
Young minds stood, dreams restless and raw. Equity Leaders Program, beautiful and gentle. Young African minds and voices joined to draw the African map on global grounds. Confident with a goal, we have, we will, we must win for Africa's crown.
Look at all the inspired youth. The Equity Leaders Program, equipping young leaders, alive, breathe into their dreams. Young minds, seeing beyond the scene, gaining not just financial, but global opportunities. Equity, the cornerstone.
Yes, mother, I see you selling tomatoes.
Brother, I see you riding a boda. You have a story to tell. I am here to make sweet the work of thy sweat, a symbol of transformation in Africa. Your dignity, my duty. I am Equity. Karibu member. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that lovely poem. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, are the ELP graduates and global testimonials. The first one is Shivon Atuyambe, who is employed. She's a female graduate. Siobhan, please step forward.
Our distinguished guests, mentors, our guest of honor, the leadership of Equity Bank, and most importantly, the vibrant Cohort 5, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Shimon Atuyambe, a pioneer scholar. I was selected in 2022, and at the time of selecting, I was at Solberg College, Kabale, and you can tell I was one of the top students in Kabale district. Allow me to begin with my fellow graduates, especially who have recently passed the graduation stage. Congratulations. Take a minute to be proud of yourself and aim higher, and I wish you the best of the best in the field. Standing here today feels like looking into a mirror of my own past. Dear Cohort 5 scholars, I was where you are in 2025, and looking at me should be a testimony that whatever you're entering is real. When we joined the bank, we thought we were just being inducted into a bank, and later we realized we were just being inducted into a family. We didn't have a trail to follow because it was the first of its kind in Uganda, so we had to create one for you guys, and I hope you follow the example we've set. When you get to the universities, you're going to find many opportunities that are going to be knocking at your door. Please utilize them. For example, you're going to be having clubs. When I was at Chambogo University, I was serving as a secretary in the club and later served as an overseer up to when I finished school. I graduated in 2024 with a first-class degree in Bachelor of Guidance and Counseling. I remember those early days in the branches. We weren't just interns, but ambassadors. We spent our vacations earning money, and we were given a chance to market the products of the bank. And the commission wasn't just pocket money, it was freedom. It helped us sort our financial challenges at university, and that gave us more chance to focus on our books because we weren't worried about what to eat and where to find the scholastic materials as we were earning. And beyond the money, it was the mentorship that we got. You're going to come across very many mentors, and my advice is listen to them because sometimes they've seen an opportunity and a potential in you that you haven't realized maybe by yourself, so they will help you discover the different opportunities and potentials that you have. The transition from a scholar to a staff of Equity Bank has been just a transformation for me. I started as an intern in Kabale branch. I later went to Chireka branch. I got most of my training from Chireka branch. I worked in the ELP program as a coordinator. I worked as a KYC officer. I worked as a digital support officer, and currently I've taken on my permanent role as a relationship officer, payments and channels, Market Street branch. And I'm happy to be the part of the team that you people will find at the branch, and I'll be happy to guide you as one of you. One of the best blessings of this program is that when my colleagues and I finished school, we did not have to walk around looking for jobs because we had been training with the bank and they had seen our hard work and the potential, and then therefore we worked from graduation directly to our careers. And I would like to thank the HR team and the entire bank for trusting in us and carrying this legacy up to Cohort 5. Seeing where the program has reached since 2022 and we are on 5th cohort fills me with joy and pride, and I believe there is more ahead of us. I just have three pieces of advice for the Cohort 5. Be hungry. Do not wait for tasks. Instead, look for problems to solve with the branches you're going to be. Be willing to learn Ask more and we shall be ready to guide. Market with pride. Every product you sell is a solution to a customer. Master the art of hustle when you're still early and your future self will thank you. Listen to your mentors, like I'd said. Sometimes they've seen a potential in you that you haven't discovered yourself, and you have a long way to go. You've been given a golden key. Use it not just to open doors for yourself, but also maintain it for the cohort 6 and more cohorts that will be coming. To the bank, thank you for believing in the pioneers and continuing the belief up to cohort 5. You're welcome to a lifetime journey. The road ahead of you is very wide, and the support behind you is unshakable. Congratulations on your commissioning. God bless you. Thank you for listening. Shimon Atiambe.
Thank you very much, Shivon Atiambe. Let's have Victor Nuagaba, the male graduate. Please step forward, Victor.
I will stand on the protocol that has already been observed. Good morning, everyone. My name is Victor Nwagaba, ELP Scholar, Cohort 1, and I'm a graduate of Petroleum Geoscience and Production at Makerere University. I want to begin by congratulating the Cohort 5 upon reaching this journey, upon your selection into the Equity Leaders Program. You're joining a big family, and being selected out of many students in Uganda is not a small chance, so you should thank God for that. And we always give the glory to God, and we welcome you to Equity Bank. I also want to congratulate my fellow graduates with whom we've been together for the past 4 years. I know it has not been an easy journey, but seeing you here shows hard work, resilience, and that we've made it. That they gave me a few minutes, but in the Makerere culture, if you pass through the gates, you can have some culture and say, way. I will just stop there. So, yeah, purposely, I'm here to share my story, how the Equity Leaders Program has impacted me, one as a scholar, second as a student, and thirdly as a citizen of Uganda. So back then, when I had not yet joined the Equity Leaders Program, that is in 2021, my goal was just one. Come to Makerere, read your books, and after reading your books, excel. And I think I didn't have a plan after that. But for that 1 week that we spent in Gayaza, where we were inducted and different people talked to us, my perception about that changed, because we were introduced to leadership, mentorship, and many other activities that I will talk about. So one, when you're in the Equity Leaders Program, one thing they tell you is you're a leader. And leadership is not about authority. It's about how you impact the people that you live with in your society, in your workplace, and everywhere you go. And I was privileged to serve as the second president of the Equity Leaders Club, Makerere chapter. And during my tenure, we were able to give back to society. We were able to reach out to communities, and we were able to raise the equity flag high. And to the many scholars that
have passed through this program. When they go to the university, I've seen some taking on leadership positions. We have GRCs, we have chairpersons. So I encourage you, don't stop from here. From here, you can take up more leadership positions and you can be able to show what you've learned from here. Secondly, I think after the president, I also used to lead marketing activities for the scholars, whereby I used to organize scholars before we go for marketing events. Then I also served as an overseer for the chapter. Yeah, and that shows a testimony that I understood the leadership part of the program. Secondly, I want to talk about the other activities that the bank involves you in. So the bank gives you an opportunity as a scholar to market its products, marketing. And that is, you can open accounts, you can do other things, marketing bank products. And I remember when I was still at Makerere, I used to be the best marketeer. I used to open accounts, and you know, when you open, there's some commission given to you. So for the time that I was at Makerere for the 4 years, I never went bankrupt. That is, I was always loaded. So, but I used to work, we used to work as a team. I used to have my other colleagues, and we were mentored by the best. That is Mr. Kazova. I salute you, sir. So, and you know, when you talk about marketing, it's not about going there and, you know, selling products. There are other skills that you can learn. Those are communication skills, negotiation skills, hard work, perseverance, and everything. So next is, you know, one thing that Equity taught me is to learn and unlearn things. When you're in this program, you're exposed to many things. And the generation that we are in, we the Gen Zs, you shouldn't stick yourself to one thing. You should be open. You can learn as many things as possible. I remember when we used to have Wednesday meetings. Those are global meetings whereby you go on call, you have different scholars from Kenya, from DRC, and they teach you about a topic. I remember it was one meeting, and the moderator said, alongside your degree that you're going to be doing at campus, you can get an extra skill, a practical skill that can help you outside when you finish campus. So I didn't take that thing lightly, and I always loved software. I always loved coding. So it's from there, that one word that pushed me, and I started learning. Then the bank brought in programs, the Equity Innovation Hub and everything. We participated, and we were able to learn skills, invaluable skills that are helping us outside. Because currently, after campus, I started, my first job was to become a software developer. And where did I get the skills? I got the skills from this program. So what I mean is, alongside your degree that you're going to do at campus, learn one skill, one practical skill. You don't have to learn software, you don't have to do this, but you can get an extra skill that you can learn, and that skill will help you outside. So, because you see, when you're at campus, sometimes you tend to spend most of your time in books. But life at campus is about balancing books
and networking, social life, and everything. So you have to balance them and make sure that for the 3 or 4 years that you're going to be there, you're going to learn something alongside your degree, and that something will help you. Then also the program exposed us to, soft life skills. They used to teach us how can you write a professional email, how can you speak to people, and those are the small things that you won't learn in university lecture rooms. Those are the things that you have to learn in the Equity Leaders program, such as integrity and everything. And my message to the scholars is, you've been selected, you've been given the mantle, so it's up to you to participate, to make sure you're involved in each and everything. When they have officiated you today, don't leave as you are. When you go outside, be able to practice what you've been told. Yeah, and I want to thank you, Equity Bank, for this chance. From my story, I think you can be able to run one or more things, and I beg to submit from here for God and my country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Victor, for sharing with the scholars. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Aime Indarakunda as a global scholar. Most of you must have realized that some of the ALPs walked out. It's because they're preparing for the next presentation. So please take heart. Okay, Aime, please summarize in 3 minutes. Welcome, Aime.
I'm told you have very little time, so I'll try to keep it very brief. In the interest of time, allow me to meet the protocol. My name is Amy Radukunda, an ELP scholar from Cohort 3, and it is truly a privilege to stand before you today. As I prepared this speech, I kept wondering how exactly one summarizes a journey that completely changes their direction of life. The more I reflected on it, the more I realized that this journey was built step by step through opportunities I almost missed, people who guided me, and challenges that forced me to grow. My story begins in a small town called Bweyale in the Chiliandongo district, a place many people know more for maize growing than for producing Ivy League students. In fact, if you had told my young self that one day I would stand here speaking about Harvard, I would probably have laughed, respectively, of course, just like Sarah laughed when she was told she would have a baby at an age of 90. I come from a low-income family, and like many parents, my father simply wanted one thing, that his children get an education better than the one he had access to. We could not afford the most prestigious schools in the country, but he worked tirelessly to ensure I stayed in a decent school at least. I sat my PLE at New Bweyale Parents School, scored 5 aggregates, and I earned a full bursary to attend Royal Giant High School in Imitiana. I did my UCE and scored 8 aggregates. Later, I pursued PCM at A-level and scored 20 points. At that time, I believed I had done my part. Life, however, had not yet given its opinion. After my USE results, I found myself helping my father in his small shop, standing between shelves of uncertainty and ambition, unsure of what my future actually looked like. Then one day, my father received a call from Equity Bank informing him that I had been shortlisted for the Equity Leaders program. To be honest, our first reaction was not celebration, it was suspicion. In our environment, any message involving you have been selected and no application fee required automatically activates survival instincts. Had we not been told to visit the nearest branch, we probably would have taken it as a scam, and I wouldn't have been here today. But it was real, and I applied, and I was accepted. I was in this very place for induction, and that week remains one of the most surreal experiences of my life. It was my first time using an elevator at Church House. I entered it with the confidence of someone who understood it, then immediately realized that I did not. I think I pressed buttons with the same enthusiasm people reserve for lottery tickets. Thank God I managed to figure out that I needed to press 5 to go to level 5. I later joined Equity Bank as an intern at Boyale branch. It was an education in itself. Every day brought a new lesson in human behavior, financial discipline, and customer psychology. During my internship, I also joined the Equity College Counseling Program, which opened my world to global university applications. It was not easy. My evenings ran from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., attending college counseling sessions after full days at the branch. I wrote essays at night, woke up at 4 a.m. to prepare for my digital SAT, and reported to work immediately after. In that season, sleep became optional, but ambition was compulsory. I applied to 13 universities, and guess what? I was rejected by all. That moment does something to you. It does not arrive loudly, it arrives quietly, then stays longer than expected. I felt disappointment, frustration, and at times self-doubt that I could not easily explain. I continued working in my father's shop, but internally I was carrying more weight than I could show. Then one evening, my friend Charles, whom I met in this very place, called me. He did not give a speech, he did not offer theories, he simply said, try again. Sometimes that is all it takes for direction to change. I had applied to MIT as my early action school. I was not admitted. At first, I told myself I handled it well, but in reality, the single outcome quietly affected my confidence more than I admitted. I became demotivated, and that feeling slowly spilled into the rest of my applications. I started postponing work, telling myself I would get back to it soon. But what actually happened was that I began submitting applications at the very last minute, meeting deadlines, but not really engaging with the process. And in that moment, it raised something uncomfortable but important. I had not failed because I lacked ability. I had failed because I had not given the process my full effort after that first rejection. That realization is what changed everything, and that's what pushed me to reapply, but this time with intention rather than excitement. I refined my essays early, worked closely with my mentor, and prepared for the SAT with far greater discipline. Yet even, my journey was not smooth. On the test day, the exam felt unlike anything I'd prepared for. When I received my score of 1400, only 20 points higher than before, I was once again discouraged. I had expected significantly more, especially after consistently higher practice test scores. And for a moment, I thought perhaps my dream was statistically discouraged. After all, we are often told Ivy League admissions require exceptional test scores, numbers that begin with a 15. At that point, I began to suspect that statistics are sometimes just polite ways of saying, reconsider your ambitions. My mentor, however, remained steady. He told me my SAT was strong enough and advised me to concentrate on other dimensions of my application. At that time, I believed he was simply being kind. The way doctors comfort patients, even when they know the chances of their survival are painfully slim. But I listened, continued working on my applications, and submitted them. When decisions were released in late March, I was rejected from 7 of the 8 universities I applied to, but I was admitted to one, Harvard University. For a moment, everything went quiet. I reread the letter multiple times because I genuinely thought perhaps the admissions office had accidentally emailed the wrong person. And then it became real. I'll be attending Harvard in the fall, and I intend to major in electrical engineering with a minor in economics. I am inspired by the belief that Uganda's greatest challenge is not the absence of raw materials, but the limited capacity to transform them into finished products that can compete globally. I want to specialize in process automation and industrial systems so that I can contribute to building more efficient and technologically advanced manufacturing industries here in Uganda and the entire Africa. My long-term vision is to contribute to an Africa that produces and exports finished goods and non-raw materials. At the same time, through economics, I hope to better understand global trade and market dynamics so that what we produce is not only manufactured efficiently, but is also competitive internationally. My journey from opening my common app account to receiving that admission has been one of persistence, resilience, learning from my failure, from my failure and mistakes, and doing my best to leave no room for regrets. To my fellow scholars, opportunities are rarely singular events. They are recurring chances, but only for those willing to grow between attempts. Don't be like me and wait for a second chance to do your best. But if a second chance comes, make sure you are no longer the same person who first failed. There is a quote I normally see at the bottom of some exercise book. I'm forgetting its brand. It reads, "Success has a simple formula. Do your best and people may like it." I hope we have seen that quote somewhere in some exercise book. My fellow scholars and various leaders in this place, I urge us to do our best and leave the rest to God. We won't have any regrets in life. As I conclude, I extend my best gratitude to Equity Bank, from Dr. James Mwangi, the CEO of Equity Group, to our Managing Director, Mr. Gift Shoko, the Executive Committee, and all staff members who make this program possible. You instill in us servant leadership to transform lives, and I'm sure we won't disappoint you on that. To my dear father and mother, my siblings, friends, teachers, mentors, and my school royal giant, I am deeply grateful. May God bless you all. And above all, I thank God for working through Equity Bank to open doors I did not even know I was allowed to knock on. Thank you very much. God bless Uganda. God bless Equity. God bless Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, all the speakers that have presented to us today. The graduates have requested in 1 minute to present a culture of the university. So 1 minute, please, as the entertainers come on stage. Please come forward.
Check. Good morning, everyone. Now, for the students who are here to join campus, this is culture. Yeah, you might not understand it, but you'll later understand it in August when you join. To the global scholar, you might as well not understand it, but for everyone that has gone to Makerere, that has gone to Chambogo, that has gone to the local universities, you guys can follow through. Guys, this is not how we do it. I said Chambogo, Ebusite Mo, AUP Scholar Zone, Equito, Shoko Oil, Oafoy, Oko to supporting God, a graduating God, a first class soul, a take Z, a beautiful lady zone. A handsome gentleman, no. Hello. Now that is culture. You guys don't get it, but some people do. Thank you. We're given 1 minute.
Thank you, the graduates. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a culture dance plus a skit. Just to let you know, we have 17 first-class degrees amongst those. So it's not about only boosting. Okay?
Joma be mara jo ukede mara mede. Joma be mara jo ukede mara mede. Aulululululu tinoche. Aululululu tinoche. Dota mena buta kokma. Joma be mara jo ukede. Joma be mara jo ukede. Ila bemong, ila bemong, ila bemong, ila bemong, Jojamina buja, Joma bema joukade, Joma bema joukade, Awulululululu tinoche, Awulululululu tinoche, Ila bemong, ila bemong, ila bemong, ila bemong, ila bemong, ila bemong, Joma bema na joukade, Joma bema na joukade, Awululululu tinoche, mele, Awululululu tinoche, ila bemong, ila bemong, ila bemong, ila bemong, Joma bema na joukade, Joma, Joma bema na joukade, Joma bema na joukade, Awululululu tinoche, mele, Awululululu tinoche, mele, Yadona bemong, ila bemong, ila bemong, ila bemong, Joma bema na joukade, mele, Joma bema na joukade, mele, Joma bema na joukade, Awululululu tinoche, Awululululu tinoche, Awululululu tinoche, Awululululu tinoche, ila bemong, ila bemong, ila bemong, ila bemong, mele, Joma bema na joukade. Wake up, chill, what I hear. Yeah, Johnny, now wake up, chill, what I hear. Yeah, Johnny, now wake up, chill, what I hear. Yeah, Johnny, now wake up, chill, what I hear. Johnny, now wake up, chill. Yeah, Johnny, now Angelina, wake up, tell what I get. Angelina, wake up, tell. Angelina, wake up, tell what I get. Angelina, wake up. Angelina, wake up, tell what I get. Angelina, wake up, tell what I get. Angelina, wake up, tell what. Angelina, wake up, tell what I get. Wait. Angelina, wake up, tell. Angelina, wake up, tell what I get. Angelina, wake. Angelina, wake up, tell what I get. Angelina, wake up, tell what. Angelina, wake up, tell what. Angelina, wake up, tell what I get. Angelina, wake up, tell what I get. Angelina, wake up, tell what I get. Angelina, wake up, tell what. Angelina, wake up, tell what I get. Latina, Andoya nela we, Andoya nela Latina, 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 Andoya nela we, Andoya nela Latina, Andoya nela, Andoya nela Latina, Andoya nela Latina, Andoya nela we, Andoya nela Latina, Andoya. Andoya, Andoya, nela Latina, Andoya, nela we, Andoya, nela Latina, Andoya, nela we, Andoya, nela Latina, Andoya, Andoya, nela Latina, Andoya, nela Latina, Andoya, nela Latina, Andoya, nela we, Andoya, nela Latina, Andoya, nela we, Andoya, nela Latina. Andoya nela we, Andoya nela, Andoya nela Latina, Andoya nela Latina, Andoya nela Latina, Andoya nela Latina, Andoya nela we, Andoya nela Latina, Andoya nela Latina, Andoya nela we, Andoya nela Latina, Andoya nela we, Andoya nela Latina, Andoya nela we. Latina. Andoya nela we, Andoya nela Latina. nela latina. Anoya nela we, anoya nela latina.
A very good morning to us all. I'll stand on the protocol already stated. My name is Nagawa Passion, and the following will be the MDD team presenting a skit based on our inspiration as Equity Bank. Please enjoy. Scene 1. Oh my God, what is this? This back of mine, oh Lord. What is this? What can I do about it? With all the money that God has given me, I'm really going to take it to the grave like that. What is this, surely? Without changing any person's life? This is really not right, oh my God. I need to really change someone's life. I've heard these people of Equity Bank, my favorite people, they have a program where they impact scholars. I think I should. Let me call them and see. Let me call them and see for sure. I have to impact someone's life.
So I'm willing to impact a life right now. Before I leave this earth, I need to impact a life. Or just get me one child at least through a program. Oh, so I need to come to the bank. Okay, thank you. So let me come to the bank and we finalize all the necessary requirements. Thank you. Thank you.
We go. I'm so tired. What's that big? I'm very hungry. For days I'm not eating. I'm so hungry. Your loan people are calling again. Your loan people are calling again. Ever getting for us loans? We're the hands with the hunger. We're the hands with the hunger. You're then getting loans every time. Be careful. They are calling again, but trust me, this time I'm going to give you out. Hello? Yes. You got another loan from Equity. God, why did you give me this man? Yes. scholarship. Kampala. You're going to Kampala. You're going to. That's now for you. Junior is supposed to go to Kampala. I don't know. Sell those thick hens. I don't know what you're going to do. Junior has to go to Kampala. Baba, who will even bite your hens? With your hens.
God, this is so nice.
Oh my God. Wow. Tall buildings. Eh? What is this? Many cars. Oh my God. You can see yourself in the building. Wow. Eh? So this is Kampala.
Wow, Kampala. Very tall house there. Soda. I'm hungry. Do you know where I'm coming from? The village that said, money, how much? Soda. This morning I haven't eaten. What a blessing. Oh my God.
Okay, the one going next. Who's going
What is wrong with this young man? Excuse me, young man. What is wrong? Stand up. Stand up. What is wrong?
They have blocked my things.
Where are you supposed to be going?
Equity Bank.
Church house. It's okay, I'll take you. Let's go. Stop crying.
My things. Mama will kill me.
These people, the chairman is always wasting time calling us in the meeting, useless, with nothing to do. Oh God, what is happening? I need to know why. I've been drinking my cow, and I need to take my alcohol. This is the super concentrated. Can't you go to the garden and dig? You don't have money, you can't drink. Me, I have money, I can drink. What are you doing here? Tell me. Tell me why. Pull me like that. No, me, I want to see pouring my alcohol. Beat me. You, I'll show you. I'll show you. Leave me. Leave me.
I'm done to give you the
Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. Hey, chairman.
I am sorry for delaying my people. Mr. Tagodo, why do you disturb us?
No.
Why did you come?
I'm an entire citizen.
Okay. My people, thank you for voting me as your LOC man chairman.
Me, I never voted you. You just rigged the votes.
Of this great village, Bungo village. So today I want to announce to you, my fellow villagers, for you only appear when you see sodas and the celebrations. Thank you for coming. I want to tell you, good news. I want to tell you that today we are going to have special visitors. Two visitors. One is from Equity Bank. Do you know Equity Bank? The visitors have come. You are most welcome, madam.
Yes, you're most welcome.
Yes. You are most welcome once again. Actually, in welcoming guests was an examination. Our village would get a distinction. You are welcome very much. And I also want to say that our junior has come back. You are seeing him.
Junior,
Junior
my
used to
son.
work in this village when he's very hungry.
Junior, do you take
But
some
he did
alcohol?
not even have money, but right now you can even see his footsteps are very expensive. Thank you very much, Junior, for coming back. So let the official from Equity Bank first tell us, you know that they are from Kampala. You know, for me, I've never gone to Kampala, but even me, I want to go and work in Kampala. Yes, you're welcome, madam.
Thank you, my chairman.
Keep quiet. The beautiful
Oh,
ladies.
these people, you're so good. I'm so happy to meet you. You know, I'm called Apofia from Equity, Anti-Money. Yes. I'm
Mommy, Aunt
so
Money.
happy to see you, and I'm so proud because of your son here.
Aunt Man, I need some
Indeed,
money.
they have done Equity so great, and we are so proud of him. Thank you.
Mama. Mama, thank you very much, Mama. Papa. Papa. Papa, I'm very happy. The excitement is very high. Chairman, thank you for maintaining the village.
You see, you were sunny.
My people use my community. I can't remember. Wow. Oh my God.
He the one.
Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Equity Bank. You see how I'm transformed.
It transformed you.
The other boy who used to walk 10 kilometers in the morning going to school.
Yes.
That problem is solved. As I came, a contractor was on board. We are going to construct a school there. A school. The first school in the sub-county.
Junior, what about Abba? Me, all I need is alcohol.
It will not just be a school alone.
Yeah, Abba.
Even a heritage center. People from here will, yes.
Junior,
People from here will no longer have to walk the distance. It has
Junior,
an ambulance. The
alcohol,
ambulance is
Junior.
provided by Equity Bank.
Now you become our MOP.
No. We have
Thank you,
Mr.
thank you,
Joseph
thank you.
Gonzaga Sewungu.
Thank you. Somebody,
Unless you buy me
I
alcohol.
send my sincere greetings, my appreciation through to Equity Bank, through Madame Apofia there. Equity, thank you so much.
Madam Mane, give us
Equity
some
for
money.
building
You
the
see,
bridge,
this village,
for
we don't
building
have
the roads.
Top
I
of
didn't
the
waste
other
the
taking
journey.
me.
As you
Top
can
of your
see,
some money.
I really thank you for transforming my life. Here I am back to transform the village, the community where I came from. I'm very honored,
Junior,
forever grateful.
Junior, for that case, if we transformed you, I'm not going to take alcohol again. Chairman,
So,
have chair.
Madam Apofia, and I'm very sure the Equity X6 are all watching this. So, thank you so much. Appreciation. Equity didn't just give me an opportunity, it gave me a launch pad. Wings to fly. I don't think I'm just here like this. I studied from abroad. They gave me wings to fly. Not easy wings. to
Junior,
fly.
I also want to go to abroad like a Chakuraj.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Equity. Thank you, everyone, for trusting us. Thank you very much. Asante sana, wherever they know.
You people for sure. Equity has not only helped Junior, but has also transformed our lives. What can
Yes.
we do? We are less privileged. Equity Bank, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
When given an opportunity, we empower others.
Scholars, you have side hustles as you are on university. Do you agree with me? These guys were so entertaining. The poets, amazing. The cultural dancers were very natural. The skits, wow. And then the contemporary dance here, you did an amazing job. And to all the scholars and the graduates, your speeches were amazing. You presented your messages very well. Well done. It is now my singular honor to invite our chief guests. We will start with the Equity Group Foundation Director, Mr. Sam Bwaya. As you come forward, I kindly request that you invite the chief, our keynote speaker, who will be representing the executive chairman. Mr. Sam Bwaya, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief guest, the group chair, all protocol observed. Now, first of all, I want to agree with Director Catherine about all the presentations that have been going on, right from the poem, the skits, everything that has been going on here, it has been fantastic. All I can say is I was happy that they did invite us at one point. I said, come and join us. This last one, that would have been a hard one for some of us. If they had said, hey, from up there, can you come and join us? That would have been a hard one. But all along, really, it has been fantastic. It has been a joy to watch all that. So thank you very much. And Director Catherine, you've given us, I think, some time back, there was a song, I think a Nigerian song called Double Double. Today, you've given us a double double. The graduation and the commissioning, this is fantastic. Thank you very much. Now, this morning, when we were singing, we were told that when we sing on earth, what happens in heaven? The what? The angels do what? They also praise. But I can tell you at a country level, when you have an activity like this, when you have a celebration like this at the foundation, you cannot imagine how much joy we are filled with. When at a country level, you are commissioning cohorts, you are graduating teams. So first of all, thank you very, 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 very much. I would like to thank the country leadership. I would like to thank the country leadership. We are commissioned cohort what? 5. We had cohort 1. We had cohort 2. Cohort 3, I remember, I think cohort 1 was that 103, then we went to 98, we got into 200, we got into 300, now we are getting into 500. The numbers are going up and they're going up and they're going up. And so at the foundation, that this is one of the things that we say, thank you very much, because one is that you are helping to deliver the promise of the foundation, transforming lives. But you're also creating an army that is going to change lives across the continent. In the countries where we operate, this is actually done by the banks at a country level. And that's what you are doing for the foundation. What a partnership. We want to thank you very, very much. And for the graduates and the scholars and the scholars that we are commissioning today. It is such a joy when we stand here, when we see you dressed so beautifully like this graduate. Now, you've all come here and you've told your different stories, very unique stories. the challenges that you faced, the difficulties, the uncertainties that you went through. And I'll go back to Director Joan. You know, we keep talking about documenting these things. There are 512 very, very powerful stories here. And I think we need to do whatever we can to get them out, please. Very powerful stories. Thank you very much for sharing those stories. And then for the ELP leaders, the one thing that I could see coming across all the different things that you've said is this conviction that it is possible. You've shared the challenges, you've shared the hardships, and they did not stop you. That deep down, you've all believed, yes, if you can work on something, give it 100%, have a dream, give it 100%, no matter what the challenges. And many of you have come here and said, we did not want to be limited by the situations that we went through. You rose above that. And I want to congratulate again each and every one of you that you've shown that you carry a bright light that you are showing to the world. And so as you step out there, we are sitting back and are so thankful that we've got worthy ambassadors, because you are now going out there as ambassadors of Equity Bank. And we would like to thank the people that have nurtured you, people that have prepared you, because we believe that you are taking the message of transformation, you are taking a message of building a better world as you step out. And so we want to encourage you, keep up the spirit, keep up that hard work. You've set very high standards as you've come here. I was so happy to hear about this number of first classes and upper second that we are churning out. Thank you very much. You could have gone there and you could have been, you know, when you talk about, what was it called? Campus culture. That, by the way, I didn't understand that. I think I was one of those that missed out on that culture. But you could have gone there and you could have gotten absorbed in your culture and spent a lot more time on enjoying yourselves. But you kept saying one thing, you have to balance. You have to balance. And so, yes, you've balanced, you've got great results, but we also would like to believe that you've also built very well-balanced people who are able to connect with different people in society. So thank you very much for going outside there and doing a good job. So we are very, very happy about how you've turned up, and as first cohort, of course, you are trend centers and trailblazers for the rest of the people that have been looking at you. And many of these people, the cohort 5 that we have here, they look up to you. Thank you for setting a very, very good example. But you know what? Once you do that, I mean, there is a concept called holding out. And so you've held out as very good performers, as you've held out to a standard of excellence. And we shall hold you to that standard. So please, let it not stop there. When you come back to work, whether you're working with Equity Bank or wherever you go, please keep that standard, keep that excellence. Don't let your guard down. We are happy to be associated with you. We are happy that the investment in ELP is churning out people like you here. And so thank you very much for not letting us down. And then to the new people that we're commissioning today. First of all, the doors have been opened. You now know what we expect of you, don't you? You now know what we expect of you. Yes. What was the person? All have to work with them, to relate with them, and they will tell you what the trick is. So please, step out in confidence. And 3 things that I would like to leave you is, as you step out, having a vision. Having a vision. Where do you want to go? We have our expectation, Those who read Charles Dickens, great expectations. We only expect great things from you. We will hold you accountable. Please, you've demonstrated from the far you've come, sitting around these tables, that you are capable, that you have potential. So let nobody ever get you to doubt yourselves. You've already demonstrated it. And so we expect that you will keep rising and rising and rising. But have a vision, because that is what is going to lead you to your destination, to your goal. And the second thing is discipline. Have discipline. You can dream about all these different things, but if you do not take the action, you will not get there. The third one is being grounded in values. And I'm sure across the whole week that's what you've been learning about, the values, the equity values, the personal values. You've been told about goals and so on, that you need to have those. There was a time, I think sometime back, when there was training of this sort, the scholars were told to write a letter to themselves to be opened 10 years later. I don't know whether you went through that this time, but you are told, write a letter and then see it to be opened. That letter is supposed to indicate the person you want to be and to see, did you become that person? And what I would want to say is, don't just stop at writing the letter for 10 years. Also, write about what you want to have happen by the end of a year. 10 years is there, but by the end of next year, this time May, next 2027, what will you have? What would you want to have become? Don't stop at May 2027. Those of you who are going to university, also at the beginning of the semester, indicate by the end of the semester, what will you have wanted? What would you want to have achieved? Because if we just write these 10 years and we leave them there, they will not happen. I was very happy when the scholars who came here, they said, tomorrow is being lived today. It's the things that you do today that will determine what you become tomorrow. So as you set out, please, continue at this wonderful pace that you've set. Continue to show the examples that we are seeing here, and please continue to rise high the light and the candle of Equity Bank, the values that you've learned from us, and continue to be great ambassadors for this institution. Thank you very much, and congratulations, all of you. Thank you. It's my singular pleasure to invite the chairman of Equity Group Foundation, represented by Mr. Henry Mugamba, to come and give his remarks as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. You know, I had got this tissue because when you're up here and the lights are on you, sometimes you sweat. But earlier on, I used the tissue to wipe tears from my eyes when I heard the stories of the 4 young people. I think there was Saul, Christabel, Fatuma, and Tumusime. When Fatuma was talking, when she started, she said she's from Fort Portal. And I listened to her painful story. And in my mind, I said, after this event, I'm going to introduce her to the most generous person I know from Fort Portal. You're clapping too early. The most generous person from Fort Portal walked in as she was speaking, tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Do you see my girl?" And that was William. And William, thank you very much for confirming that you are the most generous person from Fort Portal, because you came here yourself. to see her speak. What good timing. I'm speaking on behalf of the chairman of the foundation and our group CEO, Dr. Mwangi, who is pained by not being able to be with you this morning. I'm going to spend a few minutes reading the speech that he put together, which is his message to you. And every single word that you hear from this is written from the heart. Because like many of you, he didn't have a silver spoon in his mouth. Like many of you, when you told the stories of Weyale, a town I know very well, when you tell the stories of digging in Mityana, that was him. So this story and his speech is from the heart to you. I want to thank Dr. Patrick, who is representing our lead partner, the Ministry of Education, for being here with us this morning and spending Saturday. Everybody who is here on a Saturday, I'm sure you have many things you normally do. So please, young cohorts, give everybody who's come to join you a loud, loud clap. And so let me read Mr. Mwangi's message to you. Today marks a significant milestone in the journey of Equity Leaders Program in Uganda, as we officially commission the 5th cohort of EPL scholars. It's a moment of pride, not only for Equity Bank Uganda and Equity Group Foundation, but also for the families, the schools, the communities, and institutions that have nurtured these exceptionally young people seated before us. Equity, we believe that the greatest wealth of any nation is its people. More specifically, it is the ability of a country to identify, nurture, empower its young assets to become productive citizens, ethical leaders, innovators, and problem solvers. Distinguished guests, since its establishment in 1998 across the region, Equity Leaders Program has grown into one of Africa's most transformational leadership and mentorship platforms. To date, more than 10,500 scholars across East and Central Africa have benefited from mentorship, leadership, development, internship, and university placement support through the program. More than 1,115 scholars have secured admission into leading global universities on fully funded scholarships. I think you listened to the young man going to Harvard in the fall. Here in Uganda, the program has now impacted 512 scholars over 5 cohorts. We are proud that 15 Ugandan Equity Program scholars are currently studying in various universities. I want us to clap as I read these names of people who are out of the country. Gavin Alimu pursuing engineering at Harvard. Claire Nsaba pursuing environmental engineering, and Abel Herwa pursuing biological engineering at New York University and Abu Dhabi campus. Arafat Abdi pursuing computer science and information technology at the University of Waterloo. Gerard Wadada pursuing mechanical engineering at the University of Delhi. Egwaru Trevor Paul pursuing aeronautic engineering at Moscow Aviation Institute. Remy Amanya pursuing petroleum engineering at China University. And Jacqueline Bako pursuing international business at the European University in Frankfurt. These achievements demonstrate that excellence exists in every district, every community, and every school across Uganda where the opportunity is accessible. Dr. James would like now to address the 100 scholars we're commissioning today. Congratulations. You are selected because you demonstrated excellence, discipline, resilience, and leadership potential. You now join a growing community of young Africans who are being prepared not only to succeed academically, but also to lead transformation within our society. Over the past 7 days during your induction program, you have begun a journey of transition from high school students into young leaders and professionals. You have engaged in conversations around leadership, mental health, innovation, relationships, professionalism, personal responsibility, and purpose. These conversations are intentional because leadership is not defined only by academic achievement. Leadership is defined by values, character, integrity, courage, empathy, and service to others. As you proceed in your internship, into your internship experiences and future university journeys, I encourage you to remain focused on continuous learning. Some of the greatest opportunities in life will come through the willingness to learn, adapt, and work with others. Your 3 months internship experience is not simply about gaining work exposure. It's an opportunity to develop discipline, emotional intelligence, communication skills, professionalism, and problem-solving abilities. The one advice he gives you is arrive early, never be late. You heard the young man from Mityana who went to Equity Bank in the rain. How many times do you give excuses? I can't go now, it is raining. But he saw that chance and he went in the rain. When you're working at the bank, please make sure you arrive early. That is the advice from the group CEO. So you can imagine if he gets to the bank after you, I don't think you will last. The habits you build during this period will shape the professional leaders you'll become in the future. I also encourage you to protect your character as much as you protect your academic excellence. In a world where talent is abundant, integrity becomes the true differentiator. Your reputation will open or close doors long before your qualifications are reviewed. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the aspects we're particularly proud of within Equity Leaders Program in Uganda is growing culture of peer mentorship and community engagement amongst the scholars themselves. The establishment of 9 institutional Equity Leaders Program clubs across university has created platforms for continuous mentorship, professional networking, learning, innovation, civic engagement, and social impact. Through these chapters, scholars are not only advancing their own growth, but are also actively contributing to their communities and mentoring young students coming behind them. I also wish to recognize 81 graduates of Cohort 1 who are seated here with us today. You are becoming the professionals, the innovators, and leaders we envisaged when our journey began 4 years ago. As alumni, you are now carrying the responsibility of many others that will come after you. Many younger scholars in this room will learn more from your example than from any speech we're delivering here today. The way you conduct yourself, the values you demonstrate, and the choices you make in your careers will influence the culture and future of the program. As you transition into the workshop, entrepreneurship, graduate studies, and leadership spaces, remember, success is not measured only by personal achievements, but also by the number of lives you impact. And so it's my pleasure now to thank you and invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Patrick, representing the Minister of Education. Please welcome Dr. Patrick.
Good afternoon. The Equity Group Foundation Executive Chairman, represented by Mr. Henry Rugamba, Board Member, Equity Bank Uganda, the Managing Director of Equity Bank Uganda Limited, Mr. Gift Shoko, members of the board and executive leadership of Equity Group Foundation and Equity Bank Uganda, distinguished development partners, university leaders and institutional representatives, parents and guardians present, the Equity Leaders Program scholars and alumni, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Patrick Mwinda. I'm Dr. Patrick Mwinda. I'm a commissioner, Ministry of Education and Sports, in charge of library, e-learning, and information technology at the Ministry of Education and Sports. I stand here to represent the Minister of State for Higher Education, who would have loved to be here but was caught up by equally important engagements and sends his warm regards. So I'm going to simply read what he has written to you and ask that you receive it. I bring you warm greetings from the Honorable Minister of State for Higher Education and from the Ministry of Education and Sports, and I'm honored to represent him at this occasion of the commissioning of the 5th cohort of the Equity Leaders Program, Uganda. Allow me at this point to thank Equity Bank Limited and the Equity Group Foundation for convening this ceremony that celebrates excellence, leadership, opportunity, and extraordinary potential of Uganda's young people. Today is not merely about commissioning another cohort of scholars. It is about affirming a simple but powerful truth. Talent exists everywhere across Uganda, but opportunity does not always reach everywhere equally. Programs such as this help narrow that distance between talent and opportunity. Distinguished guests, for many families in Uganda, education remains the greatest investment they may ever make. Across our country, there are parents and guardians who sacrifice quietly every day so that their children may have a better future than they themselves had. There are young people who study under difficult circumstances, yet continue to dream boldly. I heard the gentleman who was speaking here, I didn't quite know his name, but he said he even has a vision of becoming the president of Uganda where possible. Is he still here? Can I just see you one more time? That was a powerful speech. Thank you so much. Coming from where you came from to where you are today and where you are going, thank you so much for saying those words. And I thank everyone here who has worked that hard to come to where you are, to carry on moving on. That is why occasions such as this matter. They remind us that when young people are supported, mentored, and given opportunity, they are capable of achieving extraordinary things. I wish again to commend Equity Bank Uganda for the continued impact of its social initiatives and for recognizing that national transformation is not only about financial growth, but also about investing in people and communities. And we can see that that's what's happening here. The bank's continued support towards education, leadership development, financial inclusion, enterprise, health, agriculture, and climate-related interventions reflects an understanding that sustainable development must be inclusive and people-centered. Distinguished guests present, education remains one of the most powerful equalizers in society, and this doesn't need to be overemphasized. A classroom can change the direction of a life. A scholarship can change the future of an entire family. And a generation of educated people, young people, can change the destiny of a nation. Government, therefore, continues to prioritize access to quality and inclusive education while encouraging the development of responsible, ethical, and values-driven leadership among young people. It is within this broader national aspiration that the Equity Leaders Program continues to play an important role in identifying and nurturing academically gifted young Ugandans through mentorship, leadership formation, professional exposure, and scholarship support. And I would like us once again to just put our hands together to thank Equity so much for this that you are doing. Thank you very, very much. And we say that from the bottom of our hearts. I am informed that since its establishment 4 years ago, the program has impacted over 400 students through paid internships, mentorship counseling, leadership development, university placement, support, and scholarship opportunities. Today, with the commissioning of 100 scholars under cohort 5, the total number of beneficiaries supported in Uganda now rises to 519 scholars with balanced representation of male and female students. This deliberate commitment to inclusion and equal opportunity is commendable and speaks to the kind of society we must continue striving to build. To the 100 scholars being commissioned today, I congratulate you most sincerely upon your outstanding performance in the 2025 Uganda Advanced Certificate of Education examinations, and I ask that we clap for them as well. Congratulations. Your selection into this program reflects hard work, discipline, resilience, and determination. You come from different districts, different schools, different backgrounds and experiences, and yet today, you stand together united by excellence and possibility. You are not simply beneficiaries of opportunity, you are custodians of responsibility, and I've had that come through several times from the speakers who were here. You are custodians of responsibility, and that means discipline must drive that. The opportunities before you must never end with you. Let your success become a bridge through which others also may rise. I understand that over the past 7 days, beginning on the 3rd of May, 2026, you have participated in an intensive induction program and that was intended to prepare you for the next phase of your academic leadership journey. And I saw this being displayed here as a testimony. I encourage each one of you to embrace every opportunity that this program presents, including mentorship, leadership development, professional exposure, civic engagement, and community service. The world today requires more than academic excellence alone. It requires integrity, and I had that also come through repeatedly. I was told when I was younger that a person with integrity is that person who, even when living in a castle by themselves, will not apply butter to his bread if the butter knife isn't there. He won't use a knife, he won't use a fork or a spoon or his finger to apply butter onto his bread, but will rather go without the butter and eat the bread without it because there is no butter knife. And yet nobody is watching. That is the person with integrity doing what they know they should do, even if nobody is watching. The future will belong not merely to the most knowledgeable, but to those who can use knowledge responsibly in service of humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most encouraging aspects of the Equity Leaders Program is the impact already being witnessed. I am pleased to note that 15 beneficiaries of the program have secured full scholarships to internationally recognized institutions, including Harvard University, Princeton University, New York University, Abu Dhabi, the University of Waterloo, the University of Delhi, and the Moscow Aviation Institute. These achievements demonstrate that Ugandan students can compete confidently on the global stage when provided with the right support systems, mentorship, and opportunities. Equally commendable is the establishment of 9 Equity Leaders Program clubs across local universities, and these platforms provide opportunities for mentorship, peer learning, networking, leadership development, civic participation, and community engagement. Such spaces are important because leadership is not formed in isolation. Leadership is shaped through service, responsibility, and engagement with society. I also wish to recognize the university graduates from Cohort 1 who are present with us today. Your journey reflects the long-term vision of these initiatives, and your achievements provide encouragement to those following behind you. I encourage you to continue mentoring and inspiring others through both your professional and personal example. Now, to the distinguished guests who are here. The responsibility of preparing young people for the future cannot rest on one institution alone. It requires collaboration among government, the private sector, development partners, education institutions, families, communities, and the young people themselves. I therefore wish to acknowledge Equity Bank Uganda Limited, the Equity Group Foundation, development partners, mentors, parents, guardians, and all stakeholders who continue to contribute towards the success of this initiative. There remains an important need for continued investment in programs that support young people academically, socially, emotionally, professionally, and ethically. Uganda's youthful population is one of our greatest strengths, but potential alone is never enough. Potential must be nurtured, it must be guided, it must be disciplined and given opportunity. To the scholars, allow me to leave you with this message as I wind up. Remain disciplined, stay grounded, protect your character as fiercely as you pursue your ambition. I'll repeat that sentence. Remain disciplined, stay grounded, protect your character as fiercely as you pursue your ambitions. And I say this with emphasis because education is not about just knowing something and learning, but it's about developing a skill, about values, and about ensuring that you know how to live among other people. Never confuse success with superiority. True leadership is revealed in humility, responsibility, service, and integrity, especially when no one is watching. Use your education not merely as a pathway for personal advancement, but as a tool to solve problems, to uplift communities, and create opportunities for others. Uganda does not simply need educated young people. And I want to say that again. Uganda does not simply need educated young people. Uganda needs principled young leaders who are prepared to use their knowledge responsibly and courageously. As I conclude, allow me once again to congratulate the 100 scholars of Cohort 5 and to commend Equity Bank Limited together with the Equity Group Foundation for their continued contribution toward education and leadership development in Uganda. It is now my honor to join you in commissioning the Equity Leaders Program, Uganda Cohort 5. I wish you success in your academic journey and future endeavors. Thank you very much for listening to me, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patrick Mwinda. DJ, give us some music as he takes his seat. Another round of applause. He's been given a standing ovation. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting to the tail end of today's activity. Allow me now invite our head of human resources, the one and only Juliet Muhire, to come and support with the awarding of contracts to at least 5 who will represent the rest and also give her remarks. Thereafter, I'll invite our host, the Director, Public Sector and Social Investment, to give us a vote of thanks. So, I'm a piano for our head of HR. I think we will have our managing director come and hand over to one of them. Then we'll have our executive director also step forward. Then we'll have our group director also step forward. and then our guest of honor also to hand over one, and then the executive chairman. There are 5 letters to award.
This one. Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay. Protocol observed. Our distinguished guests, our scholars today, the equity staff present, represented by our business managers for the different branches, the various teams that are here, and then also most importantly, our hosts from the Africa Bible University. I welcome you all. So allow me for this session, read out the scholars. We'll just get 5 of you who will be representatives for the rest of us, and it's just to commission the contract or the handover ceremony that officiates your internship as a period with Equity Bank Uganda. So as the MD joins on stage, allow me and the rest of the guests, allow me call forward Locheng Noel.
All of you, please step forward.
Zadia Doreen.
Kindly, please step forward. ED, please step forward.
Iliak Isaiah, Ampere Locus, and Namialo Hilda. Just a minute for the rest of the ELPs to join. So in the meantime, Namialo Hilda, step forward. Ampere Lucas. Eliaka Isaiah. Ampere. We have Eliaka Isaiah. Zadio Doreen. Locheng Noel. So the 5 have represented all of us, the 98 of us. So I would request all the ELP scholars, cohort 5, to just stand up, and we congratulate you on your internship period. And a big hand clap from the rest of the teams. And we can officially say the internship period that opens up for the mentorship at Equity Bank Uganda Limited has officially begun. Thank you. As we close the long week that started sometime in April in terms of planning, allow me to take this opportunity. I just jotted down a few things, but mine really is to thank. So first and foremost, allow me to thank the equity staff that are involved in this process, starting with the public sector and social investment team. And I would request all of you to stand up. The marketing team, our team from procurement and administration, the HR team. So if you can all stand up just for recognition and thank you. The HR team, marketing team, and also the team that is working behind the cameras to make this place actually come alive. Thank you. And representatives from the African Bible University, a big thank you. You've been our hosts in this beautiful place. And also not forgetting the behind the scenes teams, specifically those that provide security, the ELPs from previous cohorts that have been here as chaperones, sleeping and staying around with the different scholars, along with the HR team. So to the ELPs, I think today we are no longer talking about potential. We are talking about how do we take responsibility going forward, and I think that's a message that has come across from all the speakers that you've had throughout the week and especially today. So as already said, you are not selected because you're finished products, but you are selected because we saw in you something great as demonstrated through your academic excellence and character that we can build on, leveraging on your curiosity. I cannot overemphasize integrity. And most importantly, we hope that we have sowed a deep concern for others. So we believe that with those, we are ready to commission you. The letter that you hold in terms of internship is not just, it doesn't represent a certificate. You know, when you complete a course or something, it is something more. It carries a responsibility. It is a call for you to lift others as you climb, and also to remember, as you've said throughout your conversations, that leadership is not a title. I think someone said leadership is not authority. And it's basically the choices that you make tomorrow and today, especially when no one is watching. To my colleagues at EXCO, starting with the executive team, the branch managers that are here today, the HR teams, the public sector teams, I believe we commit to walk the journey with these young leaders that we have as we support the internship and the mentorship and hold our doors, sharing the knowledge that we have, just like we have started. So to the ELP cohort 5, I say, go, be bold, be ethical, be the kind of leader who would want to read. And I hope, like the group chairman for the foundation talked about, Dr. Mbwaya, the letter that you write yourself, I pray that you write a line in terms of what kind of leader you'd want to be, so that when you open it, so we pray that you'll be that leader. As I conclude, I would like to leave all of us in this room with a quote or saying from one of the iconic ladies in Africa, a Nobel Prize winner, that is Wangari Maathai. And she says, it's the little things citizens do, and that's what makes the difference. Hers was around planting trees along with others. So the question is, what will you do? Thank you all, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliet. I have ambushed one of the parents in the room, and he has graciously accepted to represent all your parents. Mr. William Byaruhanga is the former Attorney General of Uganda. Please come forward and address the students.
Thank you very much, Madam Somgen. Our hosts this afternoon, that is to say Equity Bank, together with the African Bible University. I wish you all a very good afternoon. As she has correctly pointed out, she ambushed me and asked if I could say a word on behalf of the parents. And I was thinking to myself, what a pleasurable ambush that was. My name, as you have already heard, is William Byaruhanga, and I am here in a parental capacity. One of the young people here that gave very touching remarks, Henry, said that he was using his tissue paper for tears. I'm going to give Fatuma, who is the young lady that I came to represent, I'm going to give her the handkerchief that was full of my tears when I saw her speaking so confidently here this early afternoon. So, first of all, on behalf of the parents, all the parents who are here and guardians, as I am, I'm not a direct parent of Fatuma, but in the African context, I am a parent because she's a daughter to my younger brother. I look after Fatuma and her 3 siblings, 2 younger sisters, and her brother, who, lo and behold, next month is graduating in a university in Turkey. So I think it's fair to say that I have an important role in the Fatuma family's life. On behalf of the parents, therefore, I would like, with great pride, and I'm sure all the parents who are here this afternoon will agree with me that it's a moment of great pride to be here, to see how these young people are excelling in their lives with the help of the Equity Group. So on behalf of all of you parents, I would like to say a big congratulations to you, the young people, and a big thank you to the group that has hosted us this morning. There are 2 things that struck me today as I was sitting listening. First of all, Fatuma had been asking me to come for this function this week, but I was overseas. I was in Lisbon. And I didn't confirm to her because I was not sure that I was going to be back here in time for today. I arrived because of flight delays from Amsterdam to Nairobi. Then there is a KQ flight which comes from Nairobi at 1 a.m. I ended up arriving here this last morning at 4 a.m. this morning. And then I was thinking, I'm just too tired to go for Fatuma's function. But then I read her WhatsApp message, the last one that she sent to me. But just permit me to share it. Madam, I'll be gone in a second. So she said, Uncle William, please, I know how busy you can be, but on Saturday, there is this Equity Leadership Program. And we have, of course, been told that if we have parents who are nearby, we can and should invite them. I would very much like to invite you as my uncle and guardian who has played such a big role in my journey. The function will start at 8:30 in the morning at the African Bible University. So when I read this, it was around 9. I was so exhausted. And then I said, I have to go. And then I drove here. And again, as fate would have it, I walked in as she was talking. I said, really, this is something from God. Because how I could have very easily missed her because I didn't confirm to her whether I was coming or not. So, on behalf of all the parents, I'm sure you share the same joy that I share, that engulfed me this morning when I saw her speaking. So, congratulations to you, the young people. Then the two things that I said that I noticed, the one was from the gentleman whom Dr. Patrick asked to stand up. Please, stand up. This is the young man who spoke about his story, touched me so much, and then he said, we can come back as leaders or as the deans of the university or as ministers or even as president. Is that you that said that? Yeah, this is incredible because I must share because these young people need inspiration, the right stories, but the true stories, because that's what serves as inspiration to them. So my own story, and of course Fatuma knows, my late mother was a single mother. She had 9 children, including me, 9 children. We went to a local primary school in Fort Portal called Buhinga Primary School. It was a stone's throw away from my home. So I used to walk to school. Now, the issue is, in the end, because somebody said you must say what you will be next year, or you must say what you can be in 10 years' time. And that is to set your own personal goals. So, this lady had never been to school, my mother. But somebody had told her, a priest from St. Mary's College, Kisubi, had told her, the only route to success is education. So my mother, Teresa, did everything that she could so that I went to school. And then I went to school, ended up in Kisubi, ended up in Makerere. Incidentally, this Henry, who was here, speaking about me, we were together in Makerere. He was a couple of years ahead of me, but we were in the same hall of residence. We became very good friends. So that's a long time ago, about 40 years ago. That's a really long time ago. Anyway, after I became a lawyer, I set up my own practice. Eventually, during the time that I was practicing law, I met Mr. Yoweri Museveni, whom most of you should know. After having chats with him, I had specifically 3 different conversations with him. And then next, that was in 2016, he appointed me as the Attorney General of the Republic of Uganda. I served in that position for 5 years, 2016 to 2021. Just the moral of the story, a single mother in Fort Portal who has nothing in terms of education, has decided to take all her 9 children to school, and one of them became a lawyer, and eventually, like that young man is thinking, became a minister. And then, who could tell what else you can become? So, all of you, you must go with the hope and the determination that your destiny is in your hands. I thank you all for listening to me, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Byaruhanga. Thank you for accepting on short notice. And to the rest of you, thank you for allowing me to disrupt the program, especially that the guest of honor had spoken. So, we are coming to the end of our function. Hasn't it been very interesting? Very good. Let's clap. So my co-MC requested that I give a vote of thanks. And I would like to start, though Juliet had already spoken about it, I would like to start by recognizing everyone that organized this event. Hannah, please stand up for recognition. Hannah came in from Nairobi to support the team on ground to make sure we had a successful event. Thank you so much, Hannah. You came with your team. We thank them too. Derek Apofia. Apofia, where are you? Daniel Elaju. Thank you so much for putting this event in place. It has been well choreographed, and we really thank you for that. The HR team led by Linda. Linda and your team. The comms team led by Barbara. We really appreciate you. Barbara, please stand up. Where is she? Thank you, Barbara. And to the rest of the team that contributed. And to all the staff that I could have forgotten, but we saw you. Thank you very much. Now, we would like to appreciate our speakers today, and I will call 4 scholars to come forward. Kajimu Jovia, Priska Achelam, Mogisa Richard, Nsubuga Keenan Williams. Please come forward. You are going to take over this event and present presents to the speakers today. Who am I handing over to? Do you need help or you want to take over? So you will work with Johnson. Johnson will help you as you go along.
Thank you so much. I'm amazed. I'm excited to stand before you. My name is Old Priska Chelam, a scholar of ELP Cohort 5 2026. May I take this privilege to invite Dr. Jonah, Dr. Joan. Yeah, Dr. Joan. Thank you so much. Madam, we are so honored. Personally, I'm very excited to do this. This is actually my first time standing before someone like this. It's my first time. I'm honored. I'm happy. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this great opportunity. My name is Mugisa Richard from Bulisa District. Allow me to take this great honor to welcome Mr. Henry Rugamba.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Nsubuga Kenan from Our Lady of Africa, SS Namilyango. I'm here, pleasure to invite Dr. Sam Buaya for this honor.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kajumu Jovia, and I'm delighted to invite our dear Chief Guest of Honor, Mr. Muhinda Patrick.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ELP scholars. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the tail end. We have 2 cakes to cut. We have 1 cake for cohort 5, and then another cake for the graduates. So allow me invite the dignitaries at the other side to come and join cohort 1 as they cut cake. Cohort 1, please come forward. After that, we'll have a picture moment. Yes, this is cohort 5. Please just wait for cohort 5. We'll start with cohort 5. For you, the graduates, you come after. Protocol. Huh? You're the big boys. Huh? Hey. So it's cohort 5. First. Can we bring the table up here? Okay. We have representatives from cohort 5 as we cut cake. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Cohort 1, prepare to come. Cohort 5, you can take your seats. Bring the cake for cohort 1 so that we get done with this. Cohort 5, please sit. DJ, I want you to give these graduates a real song. Huh? Cohort 1, the graduates, please step forward. We're celebrating you. Come on, come on, come on, come on, join. Aha. Give us that vibe, give us that vibe. Step forward. Please be fast. Be fast. Okay. This is how we celebrate those ones that have graduated. Cohort 5, please pick a leaf. Okay. That's the team, the graduates. Can we clap for them, ladies and gentlemen? Huh? They are our own. Cohort number 1. Oh, yeah. That's the way we do it. Aha. Well done, well done. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. That is cohort 1 as they step forward. Congratulations. Oh, yeah. Since we have 5 cohorts, we'll count from DJ 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. Congratulations, cohort 1. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for sparing time and being around. We are now going to do the photo moment. Please step up. We'll start with the graduates and the executives. Barbara, come and take over the photo moment. Yes, please come up. We'll start with the graduates and our dignitaries. Make sure you're visible. Director Catherine, I can't see you. Aha. Yes, there you are. Okay. Yeah. Make sure that our elders sit first. Graduates, Let no elder remain standing. Give them the seats. We want to confirm that all of them are seated. Fair enough. Okay. Let them take their seats. Wonderful. Perfect. That's it. Okay. Congratulations, the graduates. Smile for the camera. Smile. Come on. Oh, yes. Thank you. Let's invite the entire cohort 5. Please step down. Our dignitaries, please remain seated as we invite the second set behind you. Leave the chairs. Okay, there we go. Make sure that you are seen and visible. Oh, yeah. If you are tall, don't be selfish. Remain in the back line. Pushing, converging. Some of you at the back can step to the front. If you are short and you are standing behind somebody taller, please request them that you stand in front of them. Quickly, your head must be seen. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to the end of the function. Cohort 5, you will have your lunch in the dining hall. The rest of us will use the upper tent for lunch. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The cake is still available. Please feel free to pick a piece as you step out for lunch. Thank you, and thank you once again. Have a lovely journey back home as you travel. DJ, take it away.